Meeting along with our CRA meeting. Its date is June 12th, 2025. It is approximately 6:05 p.m. Welcome everyone and thank you for being here. And with that, I'm going to go to Commissioner Moore. If you would please lead us in an invitation. Stand if you're able.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, once again we want to thank you for waking us up this morning to a brand new day. We thank you for your grace and your mercy. We ask that you be among us today, and we ask that you look over our country, our city, our state, and give us peace and understanding to do your will. We ask that you be with us this evening as we go into our business on today. Help us to agree and disagree in unity, and help us to do those things that are pleasing in your sight. All those blessings we do ask in your name, Jesus.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call for us, please?
Commissioner Lisa Leo,
Present.
Commissioner William Moore,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Cindy Burton,
Here.
City Manager Derek Martin,
Present.
City Attorney Don Holmes,
Here.
Finance Director Steve Conklin,
Here.
Code Enforcement Pam Taylor.
Here.
I have Putnam County Sheriff's Office Captain David Ussery,
Here.
Chief Jason Highfield,
Here.
and Mayor Myers.
Present. Thank you very much. With that, I want to welcome Derek Martin. Derek is our new city manager. He's been here for a week and a half, and it's been a whirlwind week and a half. And I'm very pleased that every morning he does show back up. That's always the question, you know, where are you? Are you on your way? But Derek, welcome. We thank you for being here, and thank you for investing here in Crescent City and in our residents.
Thank you for having me here, Mayor and Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, we're going to allow him to grace this meeting. This meeting. With that, I have a couple of other announcements. First, I want to say that I know Captain Ussery is going to speak to it, but I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office, and everyone involved in our Cops, Kids, and Kayaks. This was our 5th year. Friends of Duns Creek, they were there. They do a fabulous job with the children, teaching them about kayaking. It was just a great attendance this year, the best one we've had. Lee and Cheryl Dayton, Lee does fishing, and I think we gave out over 80 fishing rods this time. And so I just want to say that those are the types of things in a small community especially are so appreciative. We've got the Women's Club has a lot going on this month. This weekend, starting tomorrow, they have their garage sale, and it starts at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. 8. Oh, early bird, 8 o'clock. Get out early. 8 o'clock until 4 o'clock. 8 to 4. So it's Friday and Saturday. And then they have on Friday, June 20th, at bingo starts at 5:45. Doors open at 5. Make sure you get in there and get your seat. The jackpot payout is $50. Tickets are available at the door. You must be 18 or older to attend. And then Bunko, this Bunko, I think it's growing, it seems like. They're enjoying it. 3rd Wednesday of each month, it'll be June 18th. From 1 to 3, the cost is $6, and there will be snacks and drinks will be available for a minimal charge. And so also we've got coming up with our downtown partnership, we have the Red, White, and Boom street event that they are hosting. The city this year is doing the fireworks thanks to the sponsors of the Yacht Club and, Infinity. And so Xfinity, thank you. You can, that's going to be June 28th. I believe it starts in the afternoon at 5 o'clock. So make sure you come out. That's always a great event. And the city decided this year that we needed to make sure that it continued. So thank you, Yacht Club, for giving us the opportunity for carrying that forward. I want to excuse our mess. If any of you have to go into the back room, please excuse the mess. We are a little bit under construction right now. We have some renovations going, thanks to Christina Marie and Melanie Ace. They are doing a great job. If any of you have gone in and paid your bill recently, you'll see that we did a facelift over there, painting, and in the back, believe it or not, we're gonna finally get some new carpet. We've got the tie-dye carpet back there. We're probably not gonna miss that at all. So I think this next week is when we should have that carpeted, correct? So things are kind of moved around a little bit, so we just wanted to apologize for that. And with that, I think we're gonna move on. If anybody else, do we have any other announcements?
I don't have any announcements, but there were 2 items that I hoped we could get to toward the end of the meeting, maybe leave time during the commissioner's time. One would be follow-up on the special meeting.
Okay, that's not an announcement, that's.
No, it's not an announcement, I'm asking, can we leave time for these 2 things on the
I
agenda?
hope we can.
Okay, because we had a special meeting, there was quite a bit in that. You had some information for us, and I'm hoping that we will cover any updates.
Do we have any other announcements? If we have none, then we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open it up.
We have one up there, did you have an announcement?
I just wanted to mention the downtown partnerships at Market.
Oh, I am so sorry, that's right, their market, it's every Saturday from, what time is that from?
8 AM to noon.
8 AM to noon, and this was your first one. I apologize, I could not be there, had to be in the park. But it was, I heard it was very well attended, and everyone was very happy. Thank you, Downtown Partnership, for doing that. I know it's been missed, so it's gonna be every Saturday
Right, until August
until August 2nd,
30th.
30th. Oh, that's even better, that's even better. Well, thank you, thank you. And it's inside, so that's nice too, especially in this heat. Someone said to me today, it's not even summer. And so, the note,
Address?
it's 310.
Central. Avenue.
Yeah, it's where the partnership has their office. It's next door. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna go on to the minutes. We've got, a minutes ahead in front of you, commissioners. You have, I believe, 11 sets, of minutes. You had a chance to review those. Do we have any comments?
I did have one, on the March 13th, regular commission meeting minutes.
Okay,
The ordinances and the public hearings don't have, the motions, or who made motions and seconded it, and the votes on them. And I think we need to go back and have that added.
okay,
Because
I made that notation.
there's something with the comp amendments, especially to make sure we have that
Okay,
right.
Mayor,
yes,
so I think there's a great format on these minutes. It's very easy to follow. I brought this up with Mr. Martin. It's not just the meeting on March 13th, but throughout the minutes, there are a number of motions where the motion isn't stated or it is stated incorrectly. I just don't think these are actually accurate enough yet to approve. There's a couple places, the motions just aren't stated correctly. And there wasn't time, well, not only there wasn't time for me to go back and look at all the tapes, but some of the motions I made, and I know they weren't stated correctly. But it's a great format. I
do
think
you
it's getting
have,
there.
do you have the one so that, that you know that you would like to have, Are you asking to have those brought back at the next meeting? What are you asking, Commissioner Kudo?
I think the minutes need to be brought back, because there are questions throughout. Just a couple of things in first, hold on. Because there's 11 of them. I do know where there are some typos that need to be corrected. For example, regular CRA March meeting, on the first page, the proclamation, retirement of Herman Urban from the Natural Gas Department. His last name is not spelled correctly. But just basically, I read them very carefully, and I think they need another once over. Because if the motions aren't right, the motions aren't right. And there's quite a few motions.
Okay, did you provide those to anybody? Did you provide copies of any of your changes to anybody yet?
I couldn't make all the changes. There's 40 or so pages of minutes here.
I
have-
know, but
right, I have-
your recommendations, have you made those notations, or did you
I have-
provide those?
I have sent 2 of those to Mr. Martin. I think I need to sit down with someone or provide, I've made notes. My notes aren't legible enough, but I think I have flagged all the places where it needs to be looked at, and the motion or whatever detail it is needs to be correct or corrected or fleshed out,
Is,
made accurate.
on the April 10th one too, it's the revised ordinance with the public facilities element. We have to make sure that that's recorded properly, since that's something that the state looks at.
Okay, so commissioners, I need a motion, please.
Right, so I would move that we pen these minutes to our next available meeting, so that the city manager can review them and do whatever needs to be done to make sure that the motions are reflected accurately.
One second.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
It's good format,
Yeah, it was-
That was a very good format.
good format.
and that was a lot of work to
It
develop.
was a lot of work, a very good format. Madam Clerk, our new system is up and running, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So
As of yesterday.
I'm eager to see how this works out. So thank you very much. Thank you for working to try to get these. That was a lot, Okay, so if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
I,
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
I,
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so they'll be moved to the next meeting for discussion. Please make sure you get any of your changes in a timely fashion.
Just one question, and it's not for discussion really, but just a question for Melanie. Does this catch us all the way up, or, the 11 that you have here, are we all caught up on this page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, that's good, I just wanted to know, thank you.
So yes, so like I said, please make sure you get these to, Mr. Martin so that he can go through them and have them ready for the next meeting. With that, I'm gonna go ahead at this time. I'm gonna open it up for public comment on anything that is not on the agenda. And right now I have Mr. Newbold, you filled out a form, but did you want to wait until REG, or do you want to speak now, or do you want to wait till after their presentation?
I think I should go ahead.
Okay,
At this time.
okay. Please, if you would, state your name and your address if you can.
I have some numbers I'm gonna put up in just a few minutes, but I wanna make a few comments to start with. All right, I'm John Newbold. I live at 566 Old Highway 17, Crescent City. I'm gonna start out by saying we've met at the Blue Ribbon Committee's met several times, many times, and we've talked about the limited resources that the city has, and if the county ends up involved in this process, they have similar limited resources, because we're in Putnam County, which is one of the poorest counties in the state. So with that said, if this project to redo these buildings comes in to more than $3 or $4 million, then this project is dead in the water. The city couldn't touch it if it was more than that, and certainly the county couldn't. So, with that in mind, I do want to say that the work that REG has done is superior work. It's photographic work, it's renditions on the exterior of the buildings, the landscaping added, and their imagination on what could happen to the buildings. That is certainly superior work. However, the report has little in it that deals with specifics on what needs to be done. And I know it's going to be a phased project. Their method of coming up with cost was to multiply the square footage of the buildings by $250, $300, or $350, depending on high, middle, and low, plus adding 30%. I don't see the reasoning behind this. For example, in our last meetings with them, the Blue Ribbon Committee and REG, they stated that they saw no major issues with any of the buildings. And they went on to say that in building number 5, and I think that also included number 4, virtually nothing was needed for rehab, with the exception of possibly putting on a metal roof. Yet in their report, if you use their multiplication system, it comes to $3 million worth of rehab needed. It seems to me some kind of mistake has been made here. I don't think that's what they intended. Now, you see on the screen before you, this is the work that the Blue Ribbon Committee has done recently. And this is what we think is needed for the various buildings. And I'd like you to go to building number 3 first, which is the auditorium. And the reason I picked this building is because it's the most public building. Most people are familiar with this building. And it's structurally sound, there's no cracks anywhere in the building, in other words, it's a very sound building. And the roofing is in good shape, the electrical is in good shape. But here's things that we considered were needed. It needs a paint job. And we put $60,000 for that. Maybe that's too low, I don't know. The restrooms certainly need an upgrade. It's the most public place, and we want that to be presentable. So we put $150,000 in there for that. Upgrade the stage lighting and sound equipment, $60,000. New LED lighting, $60,000. Even though the air conditioning is working fine, we put in a condensing unit for the AC equipment, $50,000. Now, the seating in there is old, but it's in excellent condition. None of that needs to be replaced. So that comes to $380,000. Now, let's go to building number 1. This is the classrooms and the administration building. This has been the most talked about building of the whole process. The air conditioning unit was put in 2017. It's a modern unit. The school district has taken some of these, I don't know, solenoids or something, and to replace those would be $5,000. And the cooling, air conditioning would be back in order. A new paint job for all the rooms in the hall, $90,000. I put in new flooring. Nancy Taylor said we don't need new flooring. But anyway, that was $150,000. We could take that out. Upgrade the electrical panels. That was mentioned. And that means the boxes themselves. We put in $200,000 for that. New LED lighting, $90,000. So that's $535,000. Now let's go to the gymnasium. It could certainly use a new paint job, including the floor. New LED lighting, and in this case, the air conditioning unit needed more than just the, what did I say, just the condensing unit in, so we put $120,000 in for air conditioning, so that's $240,000. Now let's go down to building 4 and 5, the cafeteria and the media center. A new paint job, $90,000. Replace needed refrigeration, $50,000. New LED lighting, $60,000. Metal roofing for both buildings, $150,000. So you add all that up and it comes to $1,505,000. As opposed to 20 million using their square footage formula. So I just want to put that out, and I'm sure RAG will respond to my remarks, and so there's where I leave it. And these figures may be low, I don't know, but they're not so terribly low that it would come more than $3 million. I feel certain. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nichol. Thank you for the work you put into this.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Basically, you're saying that the $120,000 that we gave you, paid REG was really not relevant. That we should go with the numbers that you have. I'm not sure where you came up with your numbers. But that's what it kind of sounds like. I mean, you're like almost in total disagreement with what they have.
I'm not hearing you. Well, get closer to the mic if you would.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jimmy. I look at this as, it seems as though the $120,000 that we gave you, or gave REG to do their assessment, becomes invalid if we use the numbers that you want us to use, and you really don't have a source as to how you came up with these numbers. I think some of it was a guessing game.
We've discussed it in the committee several times. Ron West, who is somewhat an authority on some of this, I do not profess that these are perfect numbers, but they are
That's
numbers.
what I'm
Should
saying.
we,
Yeah.
I would like, if we can, to move this discussion, if we can, to when REG give them an opportunity to present. So, and then we'll have this discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, do we have any other speakers, anybody that has anything that they would like to share before I close public comment? Okay, seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close. Yes, if you would come forward. Hello,
How y'all doing?
good, how are you?
Good. I'm Kenny Roberts. This is not, nothing dealing with K-Cuts or Pam's Kitchen, but, I'm on behalf of Ms. Dukes. She called and she wanted, to have like a more of a get together next Thursday at the park,
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth, yes.
We amended the agenda to put that on, and my understanding she can't be here this evening.
Yeah, and pray for her husband, he's going through a little bit, but, yeah, so I'm just on her behalf, just trying to represent for her.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, so,
Do you wanna wait, can you wait until her item comes up, or do you want to go ahead and speak, and then I've got some notes from her as well, so.
if I can speak,
I know, so you
To
need
give that
to,
away.
yeah, so,
yeah,
okay, go ahead,
that'd be great.
go ahead.
But it's more of a get together on Juneteenth, for the community. We will, be having, a good time, some good music. My brothers and I will be performing as well. So we just want to really just, tell everyone to come out and come and support what we're doing. Everything is a positive reinforcement, so we just really want everyone to come out and just have a good time. And it's Juneteenth at, I want to say 4:00.
Oh, actually, the permit request, are we going to review the permit request?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I guess it says from 2 PM to 8 PM.
Okay, that's what it is, okay.
But that might be set up, I don't know.
I believe it is, the setup is gonna take a little time for the equipment and everything and make sure everything is good, but I believe it was like 4
4
to 5, so 4 to 8, something like that, for setup.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And also, I want, yes,
Because had that on my mind, I just have not had time to call Angel Duke, so thank you.
thank you, I appreciate it.
also, I did not say anything earlier, but, we welcome Pam's Kitchen for all of us, and I think, I know Commissioner DeVito was out of town, but I think all of us were there for her opening,
Yes,
and that was some melt in your mouth food. So
it was, and I appreciate you guys coming.
I
Thank you
know
so
she
much.
was, yes, I'm still thinking about that mac and cheese.
She was happy and she was excited, and,
Good.
thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you for
it
the
was a
community
good
as
turnout.
well.
So thank you for all the work you and your brothers and your dad did
Yes,
to
ma'am.
make her dreams come true.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, all right. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody else come forward at this time? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close public comment. Public comment is closed. And with that, I'm going to ask, Chief Hudson, if you want to come forward, and I'm going to start this off, if it's okay, commissioners. Chief, I know you came this evening to introduce our new chief, and, but we, the commission, wanted to do a proclamation in your honor.
Thank you.
For those of you that don't know, we are, Chief Highfield is retiring from the city. So with that, I'm gonna read this proclamation. It says Proclamation 2025-05, City of Crescent City, honoring the retirement of Fire Chief Jason Highfield. And whereas Fire Chief Jason Highfield has served the citizens of Crescent City with exceptional dedication, professionalism, and courage for 27 years. Get a little teary-eyed here. And whereas Chief Highfield grew up watching his father fight fires, sparking a passion for public service from an early age. He became a volunteer even before the age of 18, demonstrating that firefighting is not just a career for him, it is in his blood. And whereas Chief Highfield began his official service with the Crescent City Fire Department in January of 1998, and throughout his career, he demonstrated steadfast leadership, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public safety. And whereas a firefighter's life is one of sacrifice, working nights, weekends, holidays, and through emergencies that take them away from loved ones, Chief Highfield made these sacrifices without hesitation, always putting the safety of his community first, often at great personal cost. And whereas over nearly 3 decades, Chief Highfield responded to emergencies with skill and compassion, mentored generations of firefighters, and played a vital role in the growth and modernization of the fire department. And whereas Chief Highfield has consistently gone beyond the call of duty, earning the respect of his colleagues, the trust of the community, and the admiration of city leadership. And whereas it is recognized that the legacy of Chief Highfield will live on through the many lives he has touched, the firefighters he has trained, and the safety improvements he helped to establish. Now therefore I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, Florida, on behalf of the City Commission and the residents of our community, do hereby extend our heartfelt appreciation to Fire Chief Jason Highfield for 27 years of outstanding public service. We congratulate Chief Highfield on a job well done and wish him Godspeed on a well-earned retirement, knowing retirement will allow him to spend more time with his cherished wife, Bobby, their family, and his love of photography. In witness whereof, I appear to set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Crescent City to be affixed this 12th day of June, 2025. And so, Chief, I speak on behalf of myself and commissioners. I ask you if you would like to. I did get a little teary-eyed. You have been just a pillar of strength and support and kindness throughout my term here.
Well, thank you.
And when you look up leadership, there are directors and then there are leaders. And Chief Highfield is certainly, if you look in the dictionary, his picture pops up because you're truly a leader. And you have led this city and you are greatly appreciated and you will be well remembered and very much missed. And so commissioners, do you have anything? I know Commissioner Banks, he wished he could be here tonight and he just wishes you all the best in retirement. He is very much enjoying retirement. He says there is a lot of good things come from retirement. So commissioners, does anyone have anything that they would like to share with the chief?
Well, I sure would. I think the proclamation says it beautifully. We, Crescent City, could not have been more fortunate to have someone of your talent and character and abilities. And I have to say, through the years, it has been a pleasure to deal with you as a resident. Your folks have saved our house more than one time in an emergency, including one of the past storms. They're well taught and well led, and it's just everything is always done by the book and just right. So, and it's just a pleasure always to deal with you. So don't go anywhere, and you know, let's hope you enjoy your retirement. You certainly deserve it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I can just say, Jason, I've known you for quite a while, you and Bobby. When Alan Peacock decided to retire, he left some big shoes that you picked up, and you have led this, our fire department, and really made it into something. You've made it into something that is thriving again, and really the volunteer incentive program that you came up with has really gone a long way to making sure that everyone is safe and everyone protects property.
Definitely made a difference in response. Thank you.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, and we know that you were a big part of that, so you deserve a good retirement.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you guys very much for those kind words. I greatly appreciate that. A few things I want to say is thank you. 1997, I came down here for napping, and I'd worked 92 up north in the fire service a little bit. Came down here, set my roots here. My family was here. I didn't know what to expect, but kind of sunk it in and just kind of worked my way up through the ranks. Been your chief for the last 15 years with the fire department, a little over 27 now. It has been a roller coaster ride, to say the least. I greatly appreciate the previous commission on having the faith in me to do this job for the last 15 years. Well before most of you, Mr. Banks, was on that commission, so I understand what he's saying for sure. Been a lot of changes over the years. A lot of stuff has definitely changed between politics and products and all the equipment and stuff that we use. A lot of changes in policies and procedures, and you're going to see a lot more changes when I leave. Your new chief is going to come in. He's going to implement the changes that he sees fit as well. Same thing I did, 15 years ago when I took over. I came in and there was some things that and like, man, we can't do this anymore. He's gonna have the same thing, so give him a little leeway with some of his growing pains, because it takes some time to get your feet set in there and really understand what you need. You know, he's been here just a few short weeks, you know, trying to understand how the place is and set up, and I'm sure he's gonna make some changes to benefit his leadership style as well. So please give him the leeway of that aspect, to get his feet underneath him to kind of make the calls he needs to make in the future for sure. Because it's a hard job to do. You know, you're sitting here between, citizens, commissioners, workers, your guys, and some calls are like us, some calls are, you know, very minimal to like us, you know, maybe it's a headache, but you guys are having your worst day. We don't go see people when they're having a good day. It's usually the worst day of their life is when they're calling 911. So there's a lot of tough stuff over the years that you deal with. And, you know, some of these guys are professionals that we work with and we've trained over the years, and they make it look easy, but it's not. What they go home, what they have to deal with and see, and then go home to their family, spouses, or whoever. It's a rough time sometimes. And so trying to be there to support them in the meantime, this is a full-time job. As Mr. Banks said, retirement's great. You know, I'm gonna miss a lot of things. People, calls, in general, the meetings with everybody. The one thing I'm not gonna miss, the phone blowing up all hours today. Mr. Razor will find that out soon enough. He's probably already seen that over the last week or so, you know, just learning and everything else. But other than that, yeah, that's, you know, I'm gonna miss a lot, especially the people we work with. It's been a great working relationship. We've, you know, you guys know I'm a straight shooter. We haven't agreed on everything, but we've also been able to work out everything and move along. You guys have been a fabulous commission to work with. And like I said, you know, there's a lot of bumpy roads, you know, as you do this job, and you just gotta learn to be able to work with people and move forward with it. And I think we've been able to do that for the most part. I look forward to seeing what your new chief is gonna do to the station. You know, like I said, I brought my thoughts and ideas to it 15 years ago, you know, where I thought it is. The new chief is gonna have a ton of thoughts and ideas coming up, and I'm excited to see what he's gonna bring to it, because, you know, you get a little, I don't want to say stagnant is the word, but you get a little complacent in your position sometimes after a while. And it's time for some fresh blood to come in. For me, for sure, been doing this for a long time. I'm in my 33rd year of firefighting, and so complacency, it sets in a little bit in the job. It's just, it becomes just routine. And that's what I mean by complacency. When you become routine in this profession, it's time to let somebody else do it, because, you know, you need fresh ideas in there. With that being said, do you guys have any further questions before I introduce your new chief?
We have to take a picture.
Oh, sorry.
We need a picture.
Always about the pictures.
And for everyone here, my understanding is that Bobby will now hold his phone.
My phone will probably be off until a special time
Bobby,
period,
let's
but
go over here and we'll have.
thank you.
Commissioners, you gonna,
I was gonna say, you guys want to crowd up, stand here, however you want to do it.
Commissioner Moore, are you
Yes.
good?
I was gonna say,
Okay.
visible there.
Yeah.
Make sure it's visible.
Just take a country walk out. They'll make it through.
Let us know, is that enough space,
Yes.
too much space?
Yes, you're great, Lisa. You guys can come over a little bit there.
Come over a little
Come in,
bit.
yes, please.
Go on that side.
No, ma'am. Just tidy in.
Well, I probably should find that too.
Smile.
Mel, why you let the short guy in there?
Drone, did we not have some drone footage of this? Thank you. And then you want to go ahead and introduce our
Yeah,
new chief and do
Yeah,
the,
let me set this thing down so we can.
do our formalities.
Set this down here on the chair real quick. I'd like to introduce you guys to your new chief tonight. Mr. Joe Razor and his lovely wife Jade are sitting back here in the audience. He's gonna come up and we're gonna do kind of a package report. Chief Razor, you got some small shoes to fill here. There's, you know, there's not
Got
much
some
going on.
big shoes to fill.
They're all small, you know, I wear 13, 14 all the time. I'd like to present you with the chief's badge here. Appreciate that, chief. Sir. And, you know, welcome you, and that, you know, hopefully I did you a little bit of justice up there, but if you'd like to say something to these guys, go ahead, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I appreciate it. I gotta say, I don't like where this is set up, I'll get my back to people, so I apologize. I got some really big shoes to fill, and I understand that. However, I want you guys to rest assured, I come with a lot of training, a lot of experience, a lot of enthusiasm, and we're looking forward to getting the job done. Just a quick background on me, like I said, I got my beautiful wife with me. We have 6 kids at home, I have 7 total, my daughter's in the Navy on the West Coast, so we have a pretty big family. I come with a degree in fire science, degree in MS, so I'm 50-50 medically and fire side, we're equally strong. We're gonna train everybody the same way. One thing I do ask, if you see us out training, feel free to stop it for a second and see what we do. You'll see it's not easy. We're gonna be out in the heat, we'll be out in the cold and the rain. We're already preparing, we were talking this morning, preparing for weather events, emergency events, whatever's coming, we're already a step ahead of it. So I want you guys to rest assured, at night we'll be there, the daytime we'll be there, holidays we'll be there. So feel free to stop in and say hey, and if there's anything I could do for anybody, please let me know. I'll gladly step up to the challenge. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have our second proclamation this evening, and Commissioner Zito, I'm gonna go ahead and read this, and then if you want to speak after that, is that good?
Sure, or do you want us, I mean, do you want to read the whole thing, or do you want us to read some of it? Or go ahead.
However you want to
That's
do
fine.
it.
That's fine, go ahead.
Let me go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, this is proclamation 2025-04. And this is a proclamation of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City recognizing the life and legacy of Virginia and Jenny Gaffney. And whereas on May 28, 2025, our Crescent City community and South Putnam County lost most beloved Virginia and Jenny Gaffney, a tireless community volunteer at the venerable age of 97. And whereas Jenny Gaffney was a native of Miami, Florida, born in 1927, she and her husband Bob relocated to Crescent City area in the early 1980s to enjoy its natural beauty and peaceful lifestyle and pursue their interest in recreational sport, fishing, and gardening. And whereas Jenny Gaffney was a dedicated community volunteer who devoted many years to civic service and leadership, community beautification, and historic preservation, lending her expertise in accounting, grant writing, organizing, and planning. And whereas Jenny Gaffney joined the Crescent City Women's Club in 1982, she was an active member and leader for 43 years, serving as president from 1998 to 2002, and General Federation of Women's Clubs District Director from 2002 to 2004, and is board member and parliamentarian at the time of her passing. And whereas Jenny Gaffney's dedication to community beautification was exemplified by her leadership and expertise in obtaining a USDA federal grant for the city of Crescent City for $50,000 that paid for the replanting of trees after the 2004 hurricane devastation, including all the trees in the east half of Eveline Park, and paid for the Davy Tree survey of trees on public property that is still used as a reference today. And whereas Jenny Gaffney was primarily responsible for the establishment of the City of Crescent City Trees and Garden Board and served on that board for many years. And whereas Jenny Gaffney was the driving force and leader behind the preservation of the historic Little Blue House and Museum in the late 1990s, which involved public and private fundraising of more than $150,000, including a state historic preservation grant. And whereas Jenny Gaffney was a person of deep faith who lived with a kind, cheerful outlook and was known for her warm, sunny smile, her presence in our community will be greatly missed. Now, therefore, it is proclaimed, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, on this 12th day of June, 2025, hereby recognize the life and legacy of Miss Virginia and Jenny Gaffney in South Putnam and the City of Crescent City, Florida. Her contributions to our community will not be forgotten. So thank you, Commissioner DeVito. I know you brought this to us, and we thank you for doing it. If you'd like to speak, and I know we've got some of our Women's Club members here that might want to take the proclamation.
Absolutely, yes, just many of those present in this room knew Jenny Gaffney. She was a good friend of mine for many years. I know Commissioner Morty knew her. I got to serve with her in the Women's Club. Any errors in here are mine, but I did have the help of former city manager Patrick Kennedy, who worked closely with Jenny Gaffney, and also Cherie Register and her good friend Molly Morris. And Miss Molly Morris requested that the president of the Women's Club be here to receive the proclamation, and I believe Carol Horner, the president, is here. If you could present it, that would be
Carol,
great.
do you want to come forward? Do you want to say about her service? Her service.
Certainly. And I hope I get this right. There will be a memorial service. There will actually be two kind of services. One is memorial service at Eden Cemetery, I believe at 10 a.m. on Saturday. Is that right, Carol? Okay, and then as well, and then a lunch after at the Methodist Church, I heard. I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I know there's some kind of gathering.
Right, 10 a.m. at Eden Cemetery. And then at the Crescent City Women's Club at 604 North Summit on Sunday, June 15th, which is also Father's Day. That's at 12:30 p.m., correct? A celebration of life.
Yes.
And everyone is welcome. And, right,
We're expecting a huge turnout. The community loves Jenny.
yes. So, with that,
Okay, I'll get up there. It's, Miss Jenny, it's those of us that are left behind that grieve. She is dancing. She's dancing with her love and dancing in everyone's hearts. And she will be greatly missed.
She took me under her wing 20-some years ago, and it's like, she's been my mentor through that whole time.
She was tiny thing, but she was powerful.
All I would like to say is if she's not on your trivia team, well, you were missing a chance. She was sharp as a tack. Well, let me tell you what, right up to, the end. I mean, she really was a joy to sit down and talk with.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping that Sunday, that people come and tell their Jenny stories.
Oh, yeah.
Share with everyone.
I can't be there Sunday, but I will say this, I was in Lowe's not very long ago, actually. And all of a sudden, I saw these two ladies.
Yeah.
And they're zooming through. I'm like, wait a second, I know those ladies. And they were so excited, and they had their cart full of plants. And I walked up and I go, Molly, Jenny, what are you two doing down here? It was down in the land. They were like little kids, like little schoolgirls, and it just made my heart smile just seeing them. They were so excited. They were getting plants, they were planting them, and they were taking them to somebody else. They said somebody needed something in their yard and they were gonna take care of it. So everybody's got some great stories, I know. Commissioners, do we wanna take a picture with this? Carol, thank you. And we'll picture. I know. It's sad for those of us left behind. It's sad. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our next presentation, we have our presentation by Diamond Wireless regarding the cell tower. You would come up, introduce yourself if you would, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, city staff, and local public. My name is Cameron. I'm a site acquisition manager here for the Diamond Communications. I do have a presentation that I believe is lady's going up. I come before you today to present a proposal that we have here for the city to improve wireless coverage as well as drive revenue here for the city.
this already? Did you already put this up? The
No,
presentation?
I emailed it to Christine.
It's the one on your agenda.
Yeah, it's a line item.
I can't pull it up on this side.
Forwarded it.
I can go put it on the phone for you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Is it a PowerPoint presentation? Is it?
It was a PDF file,
Okay.
which just came out pulled up.
If she can't, we have it in our packet, for the public to be able to
See it.
see.
Looks like me ahead of me here.
Sorry.
Y'all give us just a moment.
Stop wearing heels in commission. I'm not gonna vote for him.
Click down on the folder.
It's a what?
Click on the folder, the directory.
Yep.
That. And there you go.
Use me. Should be able to do the presentation mode.
You gonna take it from here?
This should be. I do not think.
Oh, please.
Sorry.
Right from here. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Is there a button I can press to?
Clicker.
Okay, I'll just.
There's a mouse.
Mouse.
There's a mouse.
Or take the mouse out.
You can take the mouse on
Okay.
the podium.
Sorry, it's click on that.
She'll work from there.
That should work.
So I'll just restart. My name is Cameron. I'm a site acquisition manager here for Diamond Communications. We are one of the nation's leading tower developers for the major wireless carriers such as T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, and as well as Boost Mobile, which is also known as Dish Wireless. So we ultimately own, operate, manage, and build cell towers for all the major carriers. The way our industry works is that we essentially build, own, and operate the cell tower, and we sublease space on the tower to the carriers. Back in the early 2000s, the carriers used to build cell towers themselves, but they have now transitioned to build supervisors like ourselves to essentially manage, own, and operate the cell towers, and they rent space on those towers to the carriers, or to us. This ultimately happened because zoning laws got more stricter. You were required to share more towers. It started to become a conflict of interest for, say, T-Mobile to go into AT&T on tower. So now they lean towards build-to-suit providers like us to ultimately build towers for them and improve their wireless network. So what we're doing here today, we're coming to you guys, to the city, for a proposal to enter into what's called a site marketing agreement. So this is not a proposal for a lease agreement on a specific property. We are more interested in marketing one of your city-owned properties to the wireless carriers for a potential tower build. We do this initiative basically across the entire country, in which we enter into public-private partnerships with local municipalities for managed, owning, and operating cell towers on their properties. It's ultimately sometimes what I call a win-win situation for the cities and the local municipalities, as we ultimately improve wireless coverage in their towns, cities, counties, and generate revenue for them.
Slide two. I think we just click.
I'm just gonna.
There we go.
So my objective for this presentation is to go over our wireless coverage analysis, a little bit about ourselves, our company, what we do, our history, and ultimately an example of just a local municipality that's right near you guys, in which we've worked with tremendously the past couple of years on building towers on their properties. So it's just about Diamond. We were founded in 2006. We're one of, again, the nation's leading wireless infrastructure developers for the major carriers. We have well over 4,000 managed and owned towers. We have been around again since 2006, headquartered in Delray Beach, Florida, which those of you who don't know where that is in South Florida, near the Fort Lauderdale, Miami area. We have major agreements with all the major carriers such as T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, and we currently stand as the 5th largest tower company in the entire country. So very reputable, have been around. We build hundreds of towers every year, and we have a proven track record of essentially getting wireless deployment done. So essentially our proposition to the city is to market, and I'm going to get into that on the next slide, the specific property that you guys have with an address of 1023 Old Highway 17 with a parcel ID of 31-12-28-3670-0120-40. That is your wastewater treatment plant. So I was working with, I believe, Michael Brillhart, the previous city manager, I think.
It was our
Intern, sorry.
That's okay.
How you doing? Sorry. So I was previously working with him, in which he provided me a list of all city-owned properties. So we took a look. We have tools to basically all the wireless coverage maps from the carriers. So we looked at all your properties that would be, attracted, what I call it, to the carriers for ultimately building a tower there based off their coverage. We kind of narrowed it down some, some properties didn't work in his eyes at least. Some may have been controversial. So we ultimately narrowed it down to this one property to which it's an attractive location for the carriers based off their coverage in that area. So this next slide I'm going to get into is basically those coverage maps for that property and the surrounding areas. Before I get to that slide, this is just an explanation of what RSRP is. That's kind of a level system, measuring system that the carriers use for their coverage strength. So obviously, when you see the red shading, that means bad coverage. When you see the green shading, that means good and excellent coverage. And then just a measurement they use is called dBMs. Anything greater than 100 dB or greater than negative 100 dBm represents reliable coverage. For example, negative 99 is reliable coverage. Anything less than negative 100 dBm, for example, negative 101, represents unreliable coverage. So here's that map. The center with the blue icon is that the water waste treatment plant centered right on the property, right in the middle of the property. As you guys can all see in the maps, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile all have pretty poor coverage here. Your guys' coverage certainly gets better going north along 17, north of City Hall, because you do have an existing tower that is closer to, I believe, the road. Let's see here. 308. There's an existing tower there. That's why the coverage is better there. Ultimately, going down south along Highway 17, your coverage kind of drops off. I mean, most of you could probably check your phones right now and see how many bars you have. You may have 1 or 2 bars. I have Verizon, I only have 2 bars right now. So obviously, once you go further down Highway 17, the coverage does drop off. So based off our analysis, and again, we've been doing this for years, so we do know kind of where the carriers want to go. Given the development here in Florida, it's growing every single year. Wish they would not come to Florida, but ultimately that's where people want to live, right? So really what we're trying to do is plan for the future growth of the city, and ultimately provide residents better cell service. Ultimately, cell coverage in our day and age is very essential. Our lives live on our phones. So having cell service here in the city is very important, and it's even better coming up with a location for a tower that doesn't, impede on any of your operations or cause any controversy with the general public. So just going back to essentially what we're looking to do here. So we're looking to enter into a site marketing agreement on that property in which Diamond Us will have the exclusive rights to market that property to the carriers. By no means does it require you or have you committed to having a tower on that property. It basically just gives us the exclusive rights to market it to the carrier. So the way it works essentially is a carrier sees our portfolio. We send them our portfolio every month. It gets updated because we often acquire a lot of properties, whether it's private or public properties. So they take a look at all the tower companies' managed portfolios, which means that they have some sort of agreement in place with that property owner, again, whether it's a private landlord or it's a public entity, to which they can kind of streamline developing a tower on that property. Timelines are very important for the carriers. When they get funding for a specific area, they want it done yesterday. So ultimately what they look at is for tower developers like us, for existing relationships in which they can streamline getting a tower built. Ultimately, when you go on a municipality property, such as county, city, or town, it kind of gets more streamlined because you're dealing with the city's planning and zoning staff directly, to which they are kind of assisting us in granting us the approvals. Really what takes the longest time with building a cell tower is not only the engineering, the regulatory, but it's mainly the permitting aspect with the zoning department. So the carriers always like to go on properties in which, having that partnership with the municipality is streamlined, it's much faster, it gets their tower developed, and gets the residents the coverage that they want to serve the public. So like I said, we are not asking you guys to commit to having a tower on that property. It's more so just giving us the rights to do the work for you, to get a carrier on board. And then ultimately, once we get a hit from one of the major carriers, we're going to reach out to you guys, your local utilities department, work with them on a design, a placement that works for everybody. It still goes through all the approval processes. And then ultimately, we enter into a ground lease agreement between us and the city, in which we're offering you guys a revenue share. So rather than a base rent of, let's say, $1,500 a month, instead of that, what we do with municipalities is we just do a gross revenue share. So it's basically a percentage of whatever we make on the tower, that's what you guys get. So here what we offer and what we typically offer to municipalities is a 40% revenue share, meaning that what we make on the tower, you guys get 40% of. And just to give you an idea of what kind of compensation that looks like, in this market, and again, the rates from the carriers change in different areas of the country, but in this market, typically we're getting around $2,000 to $3,000 a month. And that also includes an annual escalator of 2 to 3% annually. So relatively, the rate that we get from the carriers kind of falls within, I'd say, the middle of that, between $2,300 to $2,500. So you can expect to get, I'd say, around $1,000 a month per carrier that goes on the tower. Given that this is a need for all the major carriers, we can almost guarantee that at some point in time, all 3 major carriers will be on board on the tower, and then the 4th carrier, which is still new and upcoming, wireless, will eventually be on the tower as well. So let's say we get 4 carriers on the tower, that's relatively $4,000 a month, in which you guys get that annual increase that we get as well, of 2 to 3%, sometimes even goes to 4% each year. Then any upgrades that the carriers do on that tower, any swaps, we charge them more money, in which you guys would also see those increases because it's a revenue share. Again, this is a kind of standard deal that we do across a bunch of municipalities. We're happy to send you some deals that we've done on other government properties once we get to that stage, because ultimately at this time, we're really just looking to market the property. And then once we get it hit, that's when we're actually negotiating, entering into the ground lease. So one of the major local municipalities, to you guys at least, that we've worked with very closely is the city of Palm Coast. I believe that's maybe an hour from you guys, east. Yeah. So we actually, they hired us back in 2017 to write their wireless master plan. And essentially what that wireless master plan is a selection of city-owned properties that are what we call it pre-approved in zoning. So essentially these properties, we wrote this up to where we looked at all the gaps in coverage, we looked at all their city properties, and they pre-selected these properties in which if we were to put a tower there, we would already be zoning approved. It would just be a building permit, again, streamlining the process to ultimately get a tower built if there was a need from the carrier. So we already have an agreed upon draft template. You know, obviously the city of Palm Coast probably owns a lot more property than you guys do. So we, have built, I want to say about 6, 7 towers for them right now. We have one that just got approved by the city council not even a couple weeks ago. So we've already built 7 towers for them. So they're getting a lot of revenue from these towers. We've heavily improved the coverage there in the city. So City of Palm Coast is just one of our major partners that I just want to reference because it's the closest to you guys. We ultimately, any carrier that has a need in the area, they come to us because we work with Palm Coast directly. We have an exclusive relationship with them directly, right? So that's kind of our proposition to you guys. Now it's only just one property. It can still go a long way with improving the coverage here in the city and ultimately driving revenue for you guys on that property.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
When you talked about the properties, when you went over them with Michael Bernhardt, did you consider the water towers? Because we have 2 water towers that don't have any transmitters on them at all.
What height are they? Do you know?
Where's,
By the top of your
do you
head?
know what the height is on them?
One of them's about probably 150.
Yeah, relative height, they're all the same, it's the same. Because the one down here is closer to the lake, so it's higher. So because you want the general, or the height above the sea level, right? Or,
It's just the height itself of the structure. If it's over 100 feet, that's something we're certainly interested in. I think maybe when we take a look, and I have to go through my notes with Michael, that maybe that water tower was too close to an existing tower, so maybe it wasn't a
the
need.
north water tower has the transmitters right next door to it.
Okay.
But the south water tower that's right here behind the school
Mhm.
doesn't have anything. We had transmitters that were put on it, when we were gonna do fixed wireless, but those are defunct, that's all.
Yeah.
So there's nothing on it.
Sure, and we're happy to essentially market your current structures, right? We do have deals with other municipalities in which we market and manage their water tanks. Some water tanks have a lot more structural capacity, can handle 2 to 3 carriers. A lot of cities don't have the expertise and background of, dealing with the wireless carriers. So they kind of hire outside consultants or tower developers like us to actually manage that structure. The way we do that with existing structures is it's 75% you guys, 25% us. We essentially just market it, we manage it, and then you guys get 75% of the revenue that is generated from the carriers. Another thing I failed to mention is that if you guys were to have a local need from the fire department, EMS, police, E911, you guys are more than welcome to co-locate your antennas or any sort of equipment on that tower free of charge. So any tower that we always build on local government property, we always offer a free co-location of their equipment by any of the departments for the tower.
I believe we have, Captain Esri, we've had some issues, haven't we? With major, with coverage. I think it's Jeff, I can't see in the back, but I know that's been an issue. I know Jeff came in, I don't think he left.
Yeah, he's there.
He's still,
Is he here?
we're all the same.
Yeah, change it for individual.
And then this slide just kind of goes over everything I talked about, so I can probably skip this. Again, just more about Diamond, what we do. We essentially build, own, and operate cell towers for the carriers. This slide probably wouldn't apply to you guys, unless you have a big major hospital nearby that you own, it really wouldn't put intent there, so that probably doesn't apply. Why Diamond? Again, we have many years of experience in doing this. We have many local deals with a lot of municipalities across the entire country. So essentially what we're looking to do today is essentially have you guys be interested in entering that site marketing agreement for us to market that property and ultimately build a tower on it to improve coverage here in the city and drive revenue for you guys on that property. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for the opportunity. And I welcome any questions from you or the public.
I do know that south of Crescent City where you're looking at, actually two, the wastewater treatment plant is actually 25 acres, right? Is that what? So there's quite a bit of distance there. I know which that one parcel was, it's 5 different parcels.
Mhm.
So there might actually be some leeway, because I don't know, we have the grids, the rapid infiltration basins that you have to look around. So there is a lot of space there that you can use. But I do know that right behind Sam's Gas, which is that same area south of town, there was just a new tower permitted that's going up. And I tried to find out what it was, and I don't know, it's supposed to be a cellular carrier, so like 210 feet or something. So I don't know if that's gonna change.
Is that right near this property?
Yeah,
or-
it's
Just
south.
south.
Oh, just south, okay.
Yeah, so I mean I think that there's not really any downside to us having to market it, you know.
Yeah, every reality, cell towers don't output 5 to 10 miles of coverage.
Yeah.
It's really only a mile and a half, to be honest.
So
So once the
That was
growth,
one of my questions.
yeah. So once the growth increases, especially here in the city, the need for more cell towers is gonna increase. All that land you see here along Highway 17, I'd say in the next couple of years, it's probably gonna get bought out by home developers. They're gonna start building homes left and right, and it's gonna be even more we need to the carriers to get out here. Again, it's at no cost to the city, on either end of us marketing it and us building the tower. Essentially, again, once we get a hit, we're gonna work with your department to come up with a placement that's on board by all the departments and build a tower. So, I think that's a great location. If there's one location to go on any city, county, town property, it's the water treatment plant. Based off the zoning of that property and the municipal property. There's honestly no better place to put a cell tower than an industrial and a water treatment plant, so.
we do know we need coverage there as soon as you go down the hill. I have AT&T and T-Mobile, and you lose signal completely.
Yep.
Right as you hit the outside of town,
So,
it goes dead.
so we have this on the business item, also, we have the presentation, but then we have this on the business item. Don, did you want to say something?
I think it's important to remember that he's asking you to consider a concept. And there's a lot in the agreement that was provided. I'm not obviously going to belabor the point too much, but I have many questions about the agreement. I think it's important, if I understand the agreement, to understand that the agreement is a 5-year agreement with you with 1-year option to renew, with you being Diamond. And the total of 10 years, 5 years and 5-year option for you to market the site.
Correct.
The leases that you say you're going to procure, if at all, are 50-year leases, 1 5 and 9 5-year renewals, right?
Correct.
So while the agreement with you might not choose to renew it after 5 years, but we're stuck with the leases for 50 years. Okay. My question, I have a lot of questions. That's not unusual for me. But for instance, you build a tower, your agreement is 5 years with us, you don't renew. We've got leases on the tower. Who maintains the tower after you leave?
So
That's not here.
Sure, yeah, so this is just a site marketing agreement. This is not the actual lease agreement once we build the tower. So ultimately, you guys,
Please.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Sure. So the site marketing agreement itself is 5 years, right? Once we actually enter into the ground lease, and again, we can negotiate all the terms of the lease itself. Really what we're here to ask for today is approval to market the site.
So you would market the site, if you get a hit, then you might come back to us, or you would come back to us and ask for a ground lease
Ask for a ground lease.
on the site where you want to build the tower.
Correct, and in that ground lease, we'll have clauses such as, if we were to terminate our lease agreement, right, then we would come and remove the tower. We're not gonna terminate unless a carrier terminates their agreement with us and they wanna move for whatever reason.
So the leases that are described in the contract with the 5 year with 9 renewals, are you talking about the ground lease you'd have with us or the lease you'd have with your providers that are be putting their antennas on the tower?
That's the ground lease with you guys.
With us?
Yes.
Okay, so that wasn't clear to me, so I appreciate you.
If I could. Okay, this is a very interesting proposal. It's something obviously that's of the moment and important. However, couple things about just to me, the way we should do business here. Mr. Brohart may have been working on this, but he did not share this or give the rest of us any heads up or preliminary report that he was doing this. So basically, for my part, I've just met you as of last Friday through paperwork, have met your company. And it's very interesting, but as well, I'm given to understand it appears that this has only recently been shared with our attorney, Mr. Holmes.
It was sent to me last week, was it, or what?
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
I don't know what it said, but I didn't pull it up until
right.
yesterday.
So to me, in the agreement, even though there would be more agreements to come, I think that it bears a little bit more looking at. Members of the public may have questions. Somebody called me with some questions. I mean, I appreciate you bringing this to us, but to me, I don't think it's in our best interest to try to hammer out any agreement in this meeting with our attorney, Mr. Holmes. This needs to be done offline in an office setting and have a recommendation brought back to us. I think would be a safer and better way to go about this kind of business.
And I don't disagree at all. I was just trying to make sure I understood the concept
Right.
that's here. For instance, you indicated that the city would get 40% of what you got, but this agreement says that we get 40% of the amount of revenue you generated during the month preceding. It doesn't say annualized or month after month. So it could just be a, misunderstanding in the way it's printed, but there's a lot of things in here I didn't understand. The governing law is the state of New York, which I will never recommend to you. I have no idea what New York law is, don't want to, quite frankly. But I would never be able to recommend that you enter into an agreement that's governed by New York law, because I just simply don't know. There may be fundamental concepts that are different there in terms of the way contracts are interpreted.
Sure, and I'm not an attorney, I don't work for the legal department, I didn't write that agreement.
And we're not, and please know,
And
we greatly appreciate you coming forward, and we needed this. You
Yeah.
needed to, this
Yeah, of course.
is how we start. This
Sure.
is how we start the process.
Of course.
You've given us a presentation, we all needed this presentation. Now we know, and we know that what you're looking for, so we greatly appreciate that. I think at this point in time, probably, and we've got this on our business item, then we can have a motion, and that's something that if you and, Mr. Holmes will have to work out.
No, certainly, that's,
We'll have to work those terms.
yeah, and that's what I was just about to say, that's normally how it
We'll have to
goes.
work those terms out,
Yeah.
with it, but now we have a basic understanding, I think, as to where we are and what you're hoping to do.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, with other municipalities, we did, that's exactly how it goes. I come to you, I explain to the commissioners what we're looking to do, and then they essentially approve proceeding, not approve to
The
sign.
concept.
Right, and then we, the city attorney, my legal department, the city attorney, go back and forth on the contract, and ultimately get to recommendation of approval to actually, be approved to sign the next hearing, right? So, and I was under the impression, that Michael may have shared information to you guys a long time ago. I've been talking to him for quite some time now.
I think it was in one of his city manager reports. I know he was talking, I knew he was talking
Of
to,
course,
but I think it was somewhere and I've heard it.
yeah, sure.
So it wasn't a surprise.
Yeah, and then it went to Christina. I didn't know if you guys reviewed or approved it all, but I figured this meeting was exactly what you said, for me to just explain the concept, what we're looking to do, and ultimately me and you and our legal department will work out the specifics of the contract.
Okay,
So that's not a problem at all. It's exactly what I was expecting
is
today.
that good?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to be critical either. I was just trying to understand a little bit more about, what the concept was. And for instance, it's an exclusive, so do you ever work with municipalities where you, for instance, have already talked to, you said you felt pretty sure that the big three would want to come here?
Yep.
Have you ever worked on the premise that you go talk to them and they say, yeah, we want to come here, then you come to us and say, I've got 3 people lined up, three providers lined up to come right now, we're ready to go into a lease. The way I understand it, we would be giving you the right to basically market, but you would decide if and when you ever enter into a ground lease.
Sure, so the problem with that, and I've done this for years now, going to municipalities, is that when we come to them, we get shot down quite often, right? So ultimately, really, it's kind of marketing not a pre-approved property, but in a sense, a property to which the process can be streamlined a lot faster. So we can't go to them today because we don't have anything with you. It's like starting from scratch. Ultimately, you can turn it down right away, like a lot of major counties do with some of their facilities. They say no way.
Well, I appreciate you mentioning that, we could talk to our neighbor to the east because that would give us a little bit of an opportunity to chat with them too. So, again, I was not trying to be critical, just trying to understand.
Yes, sir.
He's got to understand it so he can explain it to us. I know you deal with this, and so.
I've got to understand it, so if something goes wrong a year from now, they don't look at me and say, how'd you let us get into this?
I
Of course.
get into that. We'll do that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll do that too. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Good information. I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
How long, and commissioners, if you have any questions of him also, how long does it normally take to, erect one of those towers?
Sure, so what really is the longest process, again, and what I stated earlier in the presentation, is the zoning and permitting. Some jurisdictions, especially go to Collier County, Lee County, Miami-Dade County, those permits can take sometimes up to a year to get their zoning, to get their building permits. But really, in reality, depending on how quick your planning and zoning department works with us, I'd say it takes roughly 6 months to actually do all the due diligence, such as our regulatory, our environmental, phase 1, our NEPAs, surveys, engineering, all that good stuff. And to actually build a tower, it's roughly about 2 months. 2 months.
If you do a tower here, it's gonna look like a tree.
I was gonna ask you, that was my next question.
I would
Did
be
we get one that
facetious,
looks,
but you're right.
did we get one that looks like a tree? I drove by one Tuesday over
Sure.
Furman.
So we don't prefer to do those because it does up the cost, like double. Ultimately, if your land development code does require that, then of course we're willing to do a tree, but ultimately it costs a lot of money to do one. So we want to give you guys the most revenue as much as possible. So I think for the best, it's to keep it a regular standard steel pole. I'll make all of us the most money here.
No tree.
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
ask a question?
Yes.
So I've noticed that some of the towers now are a lot smaller for 5G, and I saw in your pictures that these are pretty large. They look like the towers that have been in the last 10 years. Is that something that has to do with regional signal where you're at?
Sure, yeah, of course, actually. If you go down to South Florida, all the towers are very short. That's because there's a lot of people in one area.
Okay.
In the more rural parts of the country, you have towers that are 300 plus tall.
Okay.
Now, in this area specifically, I can't imagine the carriers wanting a tower. And again, I don't work for the carrier, I'm not an RF engineer. They kind of dictate the heights off of their RF needs. I wouldn't imagine them wanting a tower over 250 feet tall.
Okay.
So in that case, that would be a self-support or a monopole tower, not the one with guide wires coming out. Typically, those are towers 300 feet or plus. But really, it's kind of up to the carrier. We run it by you guys first, obviously. If we get a hit, we say, hey, Verizon's interested. They want what's called a rad center, which is essentially the elevation where they want to mount their antennas. We say, hey, they want a 200-foot rad center, so we want to build a 205-foot tall tower, for example. We'll come to you guys for approvals on all that. You guys will obviously be signing the lease, signing the plans, all that stuff that goes into that.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
I do have only one question, and actually something that you brought up. Do you have any numbers as to like how long it normally takes to fish for that first company to say, hey, you know, I wanna be there? Because you say you just kind of put something out there, you know, that's what it kind of reminded me of, trolling, you know?
Sure.
So do you have like any numbers, or kind of how long
I
that?
do.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't want to give you a specific, a timeframe. It could be a month after we sign the agreement, it could be a year after we sign the agreement, it could be 3 years after we sign the agreement. Ultimately, it's up to the carriers, their needs, their budgeting for that year. They obviously handle more priority sites than the others. I think really here, once we start to see the growth in the next couple of years, that's when really the needs get to start. Now again, I don't want to speak on behalf of Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. They could be very well needing the site now, but ultimately they kind of avoid the area because nobody really has anything going, any needs going, right? A lot of the times, carriers and tower companies like ourselves will go and play out private property first before we go to public property. So maybe somebody's already played out private properties in this area, and they're kind of reluctant to approach a public property. So that's why they really haven't funded this project yet or made it active. But ultimately, I really can't give you an exact time frame. We obviously want a carrier to have it hit as soon as possible. We update our portfolio every single month. Our sales team, we have a sales team in which we send out the portfolios. We ask for updates every single month. So we'll be marketing this as much as we possibly can. Because we ultimately want to build a tower. We want to make revenue, and we want to make you guys revenue as well.
I have one more question with that, with what Commissioner Burton said. If you can, is there any way that you can go back to your headquarters, people that have statistics, and look at markets such as ours and see how long they were? There should be some statistics of when you had approvals from the city and then how long it took you to get a carrier. If you can provide that information while staff is reviewing this with our legal attorney here, that would be great.
Sure. I mean, we could provide you Palm Coast as a perfect example, which is your neighbor.
Okay.
Honestly, ask them, right? We started working with them in 2017. We're almost up to 6-7 towers with them right now.
Okay.
So that kind of gives you perspective. You know, obviously it is kind of long-term planning. This is kind of a long-term proposition to improve coverage here in the city. But yeah, Palm Coast is a perfect example. It's your neighbor. We're working with them on, 2 towers that should be built beginning of next year, right now. So.
Why private versus public?
We'll go into a private landlord. Sometimes you have more favorable terms, just to be transparent. A lot of the time we pay government properties more money than we pay private landlords. But really the benefits of going to a public property is you kind of get streamlined in your approvals with your planning and zoning and your building permits, right? So like I mentioned with Palm Coast, they have these sites that are already pre-approved in zoning. So rather than going through the zoning process, which again, in some jurisdictions can take 6 months, you just go straight to a building permit. So that's really the benefits. The carriers, they don't care our deal with the property owner, they still pay us the same thing. So regardless if we're paying, a farmer who owns however many acres, we're paying him $500 a month, for example, versus we're paying you, revenue share, thousands of dollars a month, they don't care, they still pay us the same amount of money. For us, it's more satisfying and kind of improving our relationship with the carriers. They're all about timelines. And that's really the major benefits of going on public property, is not only are the local governments more inclined to allow a cell tower there because they're getting money rather than a private landlord. But again, it really kind of streams the process of getting the tower built in a timely manner and the time frame that the carriers assign to that project. So sometimes if you have a certain deadline, if you don't hit that deadline, they'll move the search area somewhere else. They want everything done yesterday. So again, that's why going on government property provides a lot of benefits for the carriers.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We appreciate it. I do want to, and I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting, that Christina Marie is out for a couple of weeks. She's and she is probably watching us right now, even though I told her to turn on Netflix. But she is probably watching us, but, she, will be back soon. We wish her a speedy recovery, and she did an exceptional job, as our interim. So Christina, if you're out there, we're missing you, but, we give you a lot of applause. Thank you. And some of these items people have, that are coming forward, they have been dealing with Christina Marie. So with that, we're gonna go to, REG presentation. So how long do you believe presentation is for?
How long will you give me?
Well,
There's a lot of information.
there's a lot of information, so I'm just wondering if we take a short break?
It's a good time.
So okay, so I'm gonna do, we're gonna recess for 5, maybe 7 minutes. Maybe 8.
Here it is. Up there.
What dog? This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Meeting is back in session. Thank you, commissioners, a request has come, to us. And if you would consider this, please, we have one of our, in our business items, we have, if you'll go to Mr. Gibbons, he's 613, Florida Avenue, to his code enforcement issue. He has some difficulty with driving in the evening and has to drive back to Satsuma, is concerned with the light and asked if we could go ahead. And I spoke to Rick with REG and he said that he was okay with that. So commissioners, if you're okay, we're gonna take this out of order. Is everyone good with that? Okay.
Just, I think in general, we have to consider there may be people in the audience who have the same problem, and they're here for REG, but let's go for it. I mean, it's,
We're gonna do this, as an applicant. So Pam, if you would come forward and introduce this item to us.
I don't know how to make that go away.
Probably, you might not be able to.
Escape. Thank you. Okay. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine, how are you? This case is on the agenda for lien reduction. I have information in your package where, well, there we go. This is on the agenda for lien reduction. Mr. Gibbons came to me and asked to put on the agenda for the special magistrate. I went to the special magistrate in May. This picture was taken on September 15th, 2022. Shows the vegetation on the property. It's on the corner of Florida and Cedar. Sorry, just have to use the little rolling thing. This picture was presented to the Code Enforcement Board on September 26th in 2022. That's when they ordered the compliant state due to the tire. This picture was taken May 1st, 2025 by myself, where I posted the property for the special magistrate hearing. Mr. Special Magistrate issued an order, or not an order, but a recommendation to reduce the $1,050 fine to $123.
administrative costs.
For the
Administrative costs, yes. And it was in your package. I
Standard, what we've been doing with any of these is making sure the administrative cost is still.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said that's what we've been doing with many of these is making sure the administrative cost is covered.
Correct.
You're not tucking under my.
You have the affidavit of administrative costs in your package. Came to $123. I would recommend that you reduce it to that amount, payable in 30 days. Is that agreeable? That's agreeable with Mr. Gibbons. The property has been in compliance since 2022. It is regularly mowed and maintained.
Do we have commissioners, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, I was just gonna make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that we reduce the code enforcement lien to the administrative cost of $123 payable in 30 days on this case number 22068 CDD.
And I will second that.
Motion and a second, do we have any further discussion?
I would just mention that you know, obviously with code enforcement, our job is not, we're not trying to punish people. The whole idea is compliance, and this is a great example of compliance happening, and we're ready to move on. And I think that is fair, just as we recover our costs. So we do appreciate Mr. Gibbons who cleaning up the property, and everybody appreciates it.
Okay, we have no further discussion. I'm gonna go ahead and, Mr. Gibbons, would you like to say anything, or you're good? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please. We have before you have a motion for just the administrative the administrative fees. And we have a proper motion in a second.
Commissioner Burton? Aye. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
God bless you all.
Thank you for taking care of the property.
Payable in 30 days.
In 30 days, yes.
30 days.
Put a bill in the mail, right?
I don't know.
Okay, with that, let's go on to our REG presentation.
And will you, thank you.
Thank you.
There we go.
Presentation.
Thank you, Pam.
That didn't work.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I know it's
Yep,
better.
you got it.
Yeah, back.
Oh, you got the clicker thing,
This is
okay.
better.
All right, even better.
Can you make it any better?
Yeah.
Like get rid of the
Captain,
lines?
sorry.
That would be nice. Oh, wow, even better.
Madam Clerk, how is our wire, how is our internet? Is it?
Yes, ma'am.
It should be fine.
Okay, fine. Good to go. Thank you.
No, no. What happened?
Why is it blurry? It wasn't blurry before.
There
There it is.
Okay, it's doing it now.
Good presentation, man.
What?
Yeah, but it's, yeah.
No, it's
So
the,
small.
That's all right. It's already, close that, the first one, yeah, close that tab.
Okay, we got a lot of instruction, everybody.
We got it, now try it. I'll make it big.
Listen to BJ.
it hates me. I'm sorry. Somebody else try.
Yeah, try it. Let's try to the next slide and see if it'll load.
Oh, yeah, click on, yeah, next one. Back, no, it hates us.
We're gonna be closer to this.
Any ideas? Anybody?
Put it back where it was.
Well, it's not because.
No, it's not the focus.
It's the,
No.
yeah, it's digital.
Let's do it. Is it something we have to download?
No, I was just gonna shake this all the way off.
Yeah, because it's a big file, so.
Yes, it's
So
huge.
this one here,
Yeah. Yeah.
it looks like it's all of the computer. See it now?
Oh, yeah.
That's, you should have.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that's not my eye, that's gotta be that. Yep, there you go. There it is right there. Was this the document right here?
Yes. You get to keep that.
Okay, it lights up again.
And I'll try
We're
to
just gonna full screen and we're, it still hates us. Come out.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. No, I think this is sure.
If you guys want that, we can go.
That's fine.
Here, well, let's go to the next slide, like it right now. Go to the next slide. Because I think I don't want to work.
Okay, should we start? Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, and the people of Crescent City. Pleasure to be back here again. This is my second visit. I think Brian from my office has also been here, my senior project manager, and some of you have spoken to him. I appreciate your emails, your memos, both from the city commission, staff, and from the public too. We received some information. So we've been at this since end of the year, 2024, and our deadline was end of May, and here we are in June. We finished in May and our final presentation. It's really a pleasure for me to be involved with this project.
A little background, I've been an architect now for 40 years as of May. Yes, I started when I was 13 years old, so. I love it, it's a great field. My father was an architect, my son is now in the office, hopefully someday soon he'll take over. And when I started, 38 years ago, I did a historic building in North Carolina that was converted into a Mexican restaurant with an apartment for the chef and a courtyard in the back. Coastal North Carolina, and I got what's called the preservation bug. You heard of the preservation bug or the flu, right? If you do any historic preservation, you just have to do one project and you'll never go back to doing new buildings. And let me tell you, you have a charming place here with so much potential, and these 5 buildings, you know, we've done dozens of reports, historic reports. We have 6 open historic projects right now, so any given, you know, we do a lot. We do new buildings too, and government buildings and other, but we love historic buildings in my office. We have 24 people, so we're very busy in West Palm Beach, but we work all over the state, all the way up to Mariana. I have a project down in Everglades, rebuilding the bank building. If you've ever been down to Everglades, wonderful, very special, like your place, very, very special place too. And you have to protect your unique Florida historic places. Our state has changed a lot the last 5 years, and it's going to change more, okay? Creeping development, and not all of it's very good. You just saw Dunkin' Donut that popped up in, 2 months, right? I mean, it's scary. You don't want that kind of development. You have beautiful buildings here in your main street, in your neighborhoods. You have such good bones in this town that I really hope that, yes, it's an ambitious study, but I would be disappointed with myself if I didn't push this as far as I can, okay? Now, is it gonna cost $20 million? I don't think so. Is it gonna cost $1.5 million? I don't think so. It's gonna be somewhere in the middle. Our contract with the prior city manager, and I'm gonna email you that copy for your records, had several parts. It was doing site visits, which we've done on several occasions, research at the state, county, and local level, scanning, we scan the buildings. That's why we have these wonderful, one of the packages you have are the drawings. That's a great point to start, by the way. With drawing scan, building scan, it's accurate, and we can move things around. We can do whatever we want to do as we move forward. We did the existing conditions survey. That's a report that you have there. Copy a section on architecture and history, and a very important section on engineering. There were some questions about electrical, plumbing, structural, and all those things. It's in detail there. It's very brief over here, but it's in detail there. Photography, as we mentioned, working with the manager and the project, and then the final reports, which is what we have. We have 3 documents: the drawings, the large drawing formats, the architecture, history, and engineering report, which is the second document, and I also have a copy of the PowerPoint, which is this presentation here. And the manager already has all of these in electronic formats, so you can make more copies as you need to. So I was thinking too of case studies, you know, for Crescent City. And probably the one that pops off the best, and you heard the word earlier today, Delray Beach. Delray Beach was a mess 30 years ago, a mess. I'm not sure if you've been to Delray Beach, it's in South Florida, north of Boca Raton. But they had a campus with, I think, 3 or 4 historic buildings, a gym, an auditorium, an amphitheater, parking. And let me tell you, that city, talk about a transformation, right? In fact, they might be too successful now, so you have to keep that in mind. I know it might be too early in the game, but you have to protect what you have. And as you do new projects in your city, make sure that they enhance and support what you have here, not another Dunkin' Donuts. You don't need that. All of Florida is covered with that, and we don't need more of that. We need to change the game here. And that's maybe why we spent so much time on this project in our office, because this could be a great example for the state of Florida. In bits and pieces, that's how you eat an elephant, with a spoon. It takes a little bit of time, but eventually you eat the whole thing. Same thing here with the master plan, right? It could take a year, it could take 10 years, it could take 20 years, okay? So don't get hung up on the numbers. Look at the ideas, look at the vision. This is your vision, we got a lot of your input, and we're hoping that we're gonna give you documents here that'll help you just fly with it as much as you can and as slowly as we might need to. Besides Delray Beach, other places, Boynton Beach, which we worked in Boynton Beach, we did their gym. They were gonna a former mayor was gonna demolish it for a parking lot. Their town was dead, and he's like, why do you want a parking lot? I don't like the building. It's too expensive, you know? They got a developer in a public-private deal to give $10 million. And we have a beautiful, I highly recommend you go down and visit. We can arrange for that. It's an arts and culture center. It's beautiful. The gymnasium is now used for special events. There's classrooms for ballet, for art, for units, computers, you name it, okay? And it was paid by a developer, okay? So that's one way. We haven't even talked about the process to fund the project. And then closer to your home here, Sanford and the land, right? Great towns, great Florida towns, a little bit ahead of you, okay? But they're near Orlando, right? So, and Daytona, right? So, you know, there are pluses and minuses in being far from the highway. Believe me, it's great that you're far from the highway. Okay, so let me get going on this. We know the history, it's in the books, right? 1927, all the way through 1975, by the way. The last building that was built, 1975, is now 50 years old. So from the state of Florida, it would qualify, the entire campus would qualify as a historic district, which is very special. The second thing is not only, we're gonna see a lot of details on these beautiful buildings, it's not just about the architecture, it's about the growth of planning here in Crescent City of these schools. From when your uncles and aunts went to school there, walked to school there, you know, 100 years ago, to 27, boy, wouldn't it be great to get a portion of this done in the 100th anniversary, right? I think that would be a great way to celebrate your history. All the way to 1930s and 1970s, right? So it's great that you have this. This is an important feature in historic preservation. I'm on the Florida Historical Commission. We don't just look at if they're pretty or not. We look at what happened. And you have a complete history of growing your town with those 5 buildings over time. Very special. But you serve the whole community. Whites, Latinos, African American, that's also very important to the state when you go for grants, by the way, that you serve the whole population. Here are the 5 buildings, right? We're in the upper left-hand corner is this building. I wanted to show a portion of it because this is a great phase 1A. Flipping this. So this is a great piece of land over here to tear this thing down and put a mixed-use project here. Put some commercial with apartments or townhouses. Great location for this. Save your historic buildings and do some development here. Put this up to see with a realtor and see how much you might be able to pick for that piece of land so that we can do phase 1, whatever phase 1 is. 60,000 square feet of building, that's a lot of square footage, right? So that is definitely a lot of square footage. Limited parking, so that's something you need to think about over time. I love that you have angled stripe parking up front now, that's great. Buildings should not take away from the, parking lot should not take away from the urbanism, the nice feel. Look at those buildings, they're right next to residential, right? And you walk by and it doesn't bother you, right? There's no big asphalt parking lot in front. So if we do something, maybe it's in combination with the park, or maybe on the north side, or maybe smaller pieces of parking lots on the south, you know, spread it around so it doesn't overtake this beautiful site. Some of the uses that, this is very small, so I'm gonna refer to my book. This site plan is a proposed site plan. What to do after discussions and input with the 5 buildings, okay? We think the first building is perfect for a city hall. The north end of it can be turned into a multi-purpose hall like this, right? So you can move chairs. We would definitely build a podium in this section on one side, but the rest of it will be open. And you can have classrooms and you can do all sorts of things, administrative facilities. The sheriff, you know, the sheriff needs to be there, or Putnam County. You're on the south end of Putnam County, so I'm sure they would love to have a place where they could offer, hopefully, some services, state of Florida and so forth. The gym is in great shape. It could be a community center or community wellness center, right? Summer camps, activities throughout the year, basketball leagues, just a great building. I've done 4 buildings with those steel bow trusses. The Sunset Lounge, African-American building in West Palm Beach, beautiful, the bow trusses. The Boynton Beach High School, bow trusses too, just gorgeous. I highly recommend come down and visit to see how pretty a building like that after you clean it up and you repair it. The theater, I remember last time a mention of a local theater group and maybe even a small regional group. It just needs someone, it needs just to get the word out there. I hate to, to put this on Derek, and he's pretty new, he's only been here a couple of weeks, but, he could become very busy, right, with staff reaching out, right? You now have the weapons, you now have the tools to reach out to anybody you want, from a philanthropist to a city, to a county user, to a nonprofit, many, many different ways that you can go forward. The old cafeteria, I've redone a couple of cafeterias for a high school in West Palm Beach. It's great to renovate them. There's no equipment, so that's a cost. That could be $1 million to put equipment. But you could have a culinary arts institute there, which are very popular these days. You can have food vendors, you can have food festivals, you can tie it into your green market. You have Saturday morning, your marketplace, right? You do all sorts of things, almost like a food place where you can just come and enjoy a food. And the last building, which was the old media center, the newest building, 1975, it could be a technology center. It could have opportunities for literacy. It could have opportunities for small business startups, right? I love the idea in West Palm Beach. We have a market every Saturday, and there are small vendors in the market. And then wouldn't it be, which we don't have, wouldn't it be great if we had a building that had small booths so the people that do this Saturday can then pop into a 300 or 400 square foot space, and eventually they can come on Main Street and take a building, right? They can grow, help them take that first step, right? From a lot of dreamers in markets, right? They come, they do their produce or their products, help them grow their business, because we all win when people can grow their business. This slide, the bubbles, this is a bubble diagram, and it doesn't mean that this is actually going here or there or so forth, but it's more of like, we did a study in the office, Brian and I and a couple, let's just see crazy, what can we put in here, everything, right? I mean, you can go, obviously, on the west side, have a welcoming plaza, maybe it has some history, maybe it has some opportunities for outdoor plaza use, outdoor civic uses, all the different things that we want. Maybe there are pop-ups that come in here and set up. We can also have a wellness close to the gym, a little wellness area, indoor, outdoor, right? A lot of yoga spaces are popping up everywhere. I was just walking through a park in West Palm the other day, and there was a beautiful little wood thing flush with the grass that they were using for yoga, but it was open for other uses, when there was not a class going on there. You do many, many simple things that are not expensive as part of that work. Arts and culture with the theater, right? Indoor, outdoor performance spaces is wonderful. You have a lot of trees over there in that corner on the north, on the northeast corner. The culinary garden, the same thing. You can have a lot of special things, special events with the restaurant cafeteria building next to it. And then even the techies like to go outside, right? I think it's important to have an indoor, outdoor space. During COVID, we designed several buildings. I remember one building for Hewlett Environmental. We put outdoor balconies on every floor because the owner said, I want my staff to feel free to go breathe outside because of COVID, right? So we've had that issue. Who knows if that'll ever come back? Hopefully not. But it's great to have a lot of indoor, outdoor. You have a great site. You have a park immediately to the east. I know it's your boating ramp, and you do a lot of boating out of there. I thought I heard kayaking earlier this evening. What a great spot, right, to have those kind of events, availability in that location, have an event lawn for outdoor special events, have weddings, have all sorts of things. I don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on with this parcel.
Yeah, that laser doesn't work very well.
Doesn't want to work now. The parcel to the south. But if it's part of the project, then it's a great spot to do community gardens is one of the things that people are doing. Sustainability, teach all those things. By the way, the most sustainable building is a historic one, because you're not demolishing it and putting it in a dump. Okay, people are so excited the last 20 years, oh, my building's green. Yeah, well, my building was green 100 years ago and it's still green. Okay, so keep that in mind when people say, let's just demolish these buildings, they've lived their life. We did an ADA study, and mostly all the buildings are at least one level, are ADA accessible. There are routes in place that need a little bit of tweaking and repair work and some widths that need to be adjusted, but they can all get out to the street up here, to where South Prospect Street is, over there. So that's a good thing. And now we've got some renderings and studies for each one of the buildings. I'd like to go through that. First, the 5 building and community. There's a spine, by the way, which is actually, there's an east-west spine and a north-south spine, which is the way schools, that's typical in every public school, right? But that's a great opportunity to do a lot of different art-related type things or other activities, because it connects all the buildings. It's the connector, so we're calling it the spine, that goes east-west and north-south. You have 2 that connect all 5 buildings, and that's pretty cool. These are axonometric views. These are all computer generated from the as-built and scans that we did, all 5 of the buildings. I think the state would love to get grants for these projects. And like I told you before, and I told the prior city manager, they're due June 1st. Missed the deadline, it's not your fault, you just started. But for next year, right? Including the blue moon, right? We can also, don't forget about the blue moon sitting back over here, right? The beauty is that a city can submit as many buildings as they want. And a city can repeat for another grant as many cycles as they want, as long as they get the work done. So if you happen to get a $1 million grant for let's call it for the city hall building, you get an agreement with the state, and then you have to get it done within 2 years. And if you do that, then they'll give you another grant for the cafeteria or for the auditorium or therefore, right? So there's many ways of taking. I've seen cities, and I've been on that board for over 15 years, they're there every single year from North Florida. They're the smartest people, because they don't have any money, like you, right? They have limited resources. The people from South Florida rarely are in for grants, but the people from North Florida, North Central Florida, repeat. Every year they get something. Might not be $1 million, might be 100,000, but every dollar counts, right? You can do all sorts of things with every dollar. So the City Hall building is such a beautiful building, right? Neoclassical with the brick and the beautiful wood detailing. The nice metal roof, I think that was added a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's not very old.
It's not
10-ish.
10-ish years, which is great. They hold up very well. By the way, the governor has decided to stop allowing for asphalt shingle roofs because of hurricanes, right? So slowly, the state of Florida wants people to convert their roofs from asphalt shingles to either metal roof or cement tile roof, something that's glued, that's not gonna fly away. So keep that in mind. There might be some grants at the state level, for buildings, for safety and security of structures. Here's another view from the north end of that building with the gymnasium to the side. When we did the Boynton Beach High School, I love that project because it had wide sidewalks, wide hallways, bathrooms at the right location, stairs at the right location. So once you develop a program, it's going to be rather straightforward to implement because you have the pieces where they need to be, and that's important in historic structures that you have that opportunity. Here's another view. This is along the spine. Okay, they're very charming. Even the walkways have brick, which is very rare. Nowadays, you get a steel post, kind of like that tower thing, right? You want the tower with the trees, you want the walkways with the brick, right? So that's a special thing. And then another view from the rear, which is towards the east of the building. Just gorgeous, very beautiful windows, large windows. They can be restored, they can be renovated. There's a specialist that works on windows right here in Orlando, right? Awesome windows, and there's other people, and they would be more than thrilled to come in here and start slowly working on the windows. The brick needs to be repointed, needs to be checked, needs to be sealed, the stucco painted, right? All of those, but we have to do that with a standard of care. These are the axonometrics of that building, of the city hall. Both computers. And here's a floor plan. Now, the issues with the existing conditions, there's just a little summary here, but the detailed summary or the detailed engineering is in the other report, right? But there are issues with concrete falling, right? Steel is in concrete, water gets in, the steel explodes, the concrete starts falling off, right? I run into that every single day. I mean, nonstop. We just finished DeSoto County, and I think they're the third poorest or fourth poorest county in the state of Florida. We got a state grant and the county matched the grant, and we did a complete exterior renovation. All the brick, all the stone, all the terracotta, $1.5 million. And we just finished that in December, took six months to go. But that grant was very helpful, right? It was 1/3 of the cost, you know, so you're gonna have some of that to do over here with the buildings. And ADA is very important, so we just recommended, we found a spot where you could slip in an elevator at a later date with ease. Darn it, let me go back. This pointer is not working, but.
Laser's not.
It's not on?
I said that it's never been very bright.
Okay, so where the 4 classes are on the top, just so you can start envisioning, we could take the walls out and make it one large room. It's a lot larger than this room. And we can put your chamber area on one wall. I would recommend on the east wall. Get some nice natural light coming in. And then flexible seating. We could probably fit, I don't know, I think you have maybe 50 seats over here, 60 seats in this room. So you could probably fit about 200 seats in that room, okay? So again, with all the growth that may be coming, right, to Walaka, to you guys, right? You gotta think about the future. We did the City Hall of Sebastian years ago and we designed it in that method so they could have a larger space, anticipating the growth, which did happen, right? Being the northern tip of South Florida. Somebody complimented us on the photos because it shows you all the details. And so somebody in Tallahassee who has no clue where Crescent City is, will look at these photos and they'll fall in love with the buildings like we did, right? They'll look at all the beautiful exterior detailing, the close-ups, all the nice features, the windows, the brick, the pediments, all the crown molding and detailing on the columns, entry doors, diamond in the rough, right? Next building going up north will be the theater space, right? Or the arts and culture building, I think. Sorry, I'm in the wrong building, the gym. Did I skip? I jumped.
No, you were right. It's just the picture up.
I have building number 2 here.
Yeah, go ahead. It's just the title was wrong on that slide. That's the right building, it's just the wrong title.
Sorry.
That's the gym, right there.
Yeah.
Don't look at the letters.
I see, that's right. Someone told me today that the titles were mixed.
Well, the pictures were mixed and I think Brian moved them, but didn't read the title.
That's right, so the pictures are wrong. Thank you for picking that up, we'll fix that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very interesting building. It's 1936. You know, the WPA put a lot of people to work in Florida and across the country, right? Because there was no work. And look at what a nice gymnasium you have that a lot of people would kill for it, right? Sturdy building. Doesn't have to be just a gymnasium. It could be used for art shows. It could be used for all sorts of different activities. There are those trusses, and that's the existing bleacher that could be repaired, fixed, painted, and reused. There is moisture damage, so again, roofing. We always start, by the way, when we do an individual building, we always start with the roof first. Okay? Even if we don't have any more money, just do the roof. And if you don't have money to do the roof, then put blue tarps on, right? Or plywood and blue tarps, right? Fine. The same thing with the windows. You don't have money to do the windows, put a piece of plywood. We call it secure the building shell, okay? Because it might take you 5, 10, 20 years, so you don't want it to get any worse. That's a really important thing when we figure out what we're gonna do and what phase. There's some flooring that's damaged, but you know, these wood floors in these gymnasiums, and I've done a couple of gyms, they last very, very long. this is 90-year-old floor, so it's gonna have some repair work. Probably the most difficult area would be the air conditioning. That would be very expensive, right? It might be $500,000, not 50,000, but it's gonna be some money, once we have engineering plans, right? And the same thing, the plumbing's outdated, and the electrical's outdated, so you're gonna have a lot of MEP costs on both this one and the other building. And here's the existing conditions. The exterior photos, the details, the arch windows, the pediments, the louvers, just a really nice building. It's got a nice metal roof already, which is great. There's the inside, right? I mean, the pictures don't do it justice. I should have done one big individual photo, but you can click on them on the electronic version, and you can see it up big. Okay, no, that's not the gym. Now that's the theater. And it looks like it's very stately, right? It's just got a really nice look to it, right? It's just very stately. So remember the first time I walked through it, it was just beautiful. To come in on the outside, right? Because historic buildings are timeless. That's really the truth. What you do inside, you can modernize and you can bring it up to date, right? You can visualize it being completed. Here's some more views, right? For just about anything, right? But it is dated. It does need seating, flooring, bathrooms, ceilings, lighting, air conditioning, plumbing. It needs a good redo. Soundboards, sound systems are not cheap. They cost a lot of money, but there are partnerships out there, right? Maybe a theater group, maybe state also gives another category of grants is cultural arts. Separate from historic preservation, you can apply for libraries and cultural facilities, similar type of monies. And this would make a great project for going to one of those grants. ADA can be accomplished rather simple with taking out some of the seating, and again refurbishing the building and bringing in all the services to the building. But again, very handsome building, like the potential city hall building. It's got great features, great details. And there's a little, it's dated, that's the honest truth, right? So it is what it is. Okay. And now the cafeteria building, or the culinary arts and food building. 1970s, just a little bit older than the media center. There is some water intrusion, again, maybe because of the asphalt shingles, but everything has to be checked. And nowadays, when we do a new roof, it's great. We take off the roofs that you see are really just for looks. They don't do the work. The work is done underneath with the underlayment, right? With a steel and pick stick and peel that you put on. That's the water membrane. That's what keeps the water out. You fix the plywood, or you add plywood sheeting if it's missing. You fix the trusses. That steel and pick, and then you pick your finish, which we would recommend the roof, the metal roof. Here are some photos. It's a more modern, simpler building, right? They ran out of money. We ran out of money, I guess, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? We dumbified architecture in the United States, and that's everywhere, right? You can just see the difference between 20s and 30s to 60s, 70s, and 80s, But it's a sturdy building. It's a great little building. It could be renovated, I think, for many interesting uses. The equipment's gone, but there was a kitchen at one point, right? There was the tile floor and drains, and it will need some work. And here is the library proposed technology center. Just over here, I'm a little bit behind. And it's probably the one that's in best condition structurally. But again, MEPs on all the buildings needs to be reevaluated and redone. I would recommend, highly recommend a HVAC plant, a small building that could be added to service all 5 buildings, and that way when something breaks, it's not throw away the condensers and get some new condensers. Plus, that's very polluting, right? Because you have a ton of condensers everywhere. right? And air handlers, you know, but a central plant would make a lot of sense for our campus, the 5 buildings. It's what everybody does when they have this amount of buildings, is a central plants. And here's some views. Again, it's got the shingle roof like the other one, so, but it's got some cool detailing. Look at this. For 1975, not bad, right? With the brick cutouts, you know, little modern detail. I love that you have classical, modern, and they all play along and get together. They work well as a campus. And the interior is very simple right now. It's kind of been left in sleeping like that. And then the last section that I have here is the cost studies and some funding opportunities. We received Mr. Lloyd Newbold. Mr. Newbold sent us some information. We looked at the information, we rewrote it. I would call that a Band-Aid approach, right? The first step, a Band-Aid approach, you know, but it needs to be done by professionals. It really needs to be done with a construction group. And I would actually recommend that you protect all 5 buildings. Make sure there's no leaks. Make sure that the windows are all secure, that there's nothing is falling off. And tighten the 5 buildings. I would say that's the first thing that you should do, because we know how hurricanes are, right? The storms will come and they find a little hole and it becomes a nightmare. Then I would sit down or you know, as a commission with the manager and determine, you know, well, we sold the old city hall site. We got $2 million. What would you like to do? Right? And that's a challenge, right? Because there's so much to do. But we would give you input too and advice, you know, so that we could call it a phase 1A project. There's nothing like doing a project, a first phase project. It's amazing the buzz that it creates. Not only here for the community, right? You got one of the buildings finished, whichever one at this point. You're operating, you're using it for something that's a benefit to the community. But then when you bring donors, or you bring nonprofits, or you bring state government, or you bring federal government, they see that you're for real. You just, listen, the only thing we need is money. I've been doing this for 40 years, and seriously, that's what I tell every project that I have. It's always money. You know, I hate to say that, but that's the truth, you know? So is it easy to find money? No. It's more difficult now, right? Because this federal government's kind of like shut everything down for a while to check things and clean things, but then they're going to open it up again. So that's important that we look at those details. How much, what are we going to do first, you know? What are the requirements? If you don't have ADA, then we recommend you don't open that floor, right? You mothball that floor until you have ADA, because you don't want to get sued, right? There are people that go around buildings, state buildings, county buildings, city buildings, looking for an excuse. You don't have an access point, right? So Bill can get up, right? There's people that just do that. So you want to make sure that whatever you use has full ADA. And I think you're almost there. I think all the buildings have that. MEP is a very serious consideration on all 5 buildings, please. So keep that. And then based on what you're going to use, if the cafeteria conversion starts, you've got, okay, commercial equipment. Sometimes you can buy a restaurant. We were just talking about that, right? 9 out of every 10 restaurants go out of business. You might get a fire sale on kitchen equipment that you can reuse. It's really about thinking out of the box for everything that you want to do. Now, this is the scary chart, right? This is the chart that could cost, we adjusted it a little bit, 16 to 20 to 25. For the buildings, 12 to 15 million, right? If you did everything, if you sold this for 2 million, if somebody that lives on the lake that owns 20,000 acres gives you $5 million, you're halfway there. It's amazing, right? I mean, just all it takes is for one philanthropist, one person who we might not be aware of, you know? And then grants opportunities, right? It's a shame we missed the state grants 2 years in a row now, because we were trying also with the prior manager to do the blue moon, the new, right, the hall, right?
But that's still, that is in for the storm matching grant.
It is, okay,
Yeah, it
good.
gets funded this year.
Oh, great,
The
see?
legislature ever finishes.
We like to fund small towns where everybody's served, right? And they can be game changers. When I look at the grants, I've been on this board for 15 years, for, just give you an example, right? I remember one time, Lake Worth Theater, right, on a down Main Street downtown, right? I said, yeah, that's the building I'm gonna give the money to. Why? Because it's gonna impact. People are gonna have dinner before and after, right, at the buildings nearby, so that historic grant's gonna help that building, and that building is gonna help grow your downtown. You're sitting pretty, you're sitting pretty because your campus is 1 block south of Main Street, right, of your downtown, right? You see, I see a lot of activity, that's great. Every time I come early to drive around. I love driving around, I wanna buy a house here, vacation home, you know, like Dan, right? But Dan moved in permanently, so, but you see your downtown is improving every single time, right? So, but those are good things, I haven't gone, I ran out of time, I didn't go on the west side over here, but I saw some construction, so that's also good. The big grant's the $1 million one per building per year. The Florida Trust has what's called the 11 to Save. This would be a great project to put that. They don't give you money, but it's statewide exposure. And you never know who's gonna come in here and say, you know, I like doing food and I wanna help with the institute, a culinary institute. You never know. State of Florida, like I mentioned, cultural and library facilities at the State Department. There are national level grants that take a lot of research, but they exist, the National Trust for Historic Preservation. There are African American Cultural Heritage Grants. We got one for the old Mount Carmel in downtown Gainesville. It was part of the Martin Luther King 1960s when he came to Florida. He went to Gainesville and St. Augustine, so they got a really nice grant. They got a grant from the CRA. CRAs can fund projects like this too, right? So through TIF or through other methods. Preserve America grants, Humanities Museum and Library. Also eligible for MEP and other type of interior work. The Institute of Museum and Library Services, they also have a grant system. You can also use it for air conditioning and plumbing. The National Endowment of the Humanities, we've heard about them. Jesse Ball, DuPont Fund, a Florida-based organization. And again, I can't stress enough philanthropy. You know, and philanthropy doesn't have to be just $1 million donor. Philanthropy starts with $20 donors. You build a case, right? That plaza up front, you know, there's a brick plan that you can do. There's so many things that you can do to raise money. $50, $5,000, $500,000. And then partnerships, last but not least, partnerships with other governmental agencies, right? Federal, state, county, and nonprofits, right? People that are historic preservation board, theater groups, culinary groups, right? Maybe you rent out the technology building to a professional company that does this around the country. WeWorks, right? You've heard of the WeWork product or similar type places where you can rent small spaces and you do a lease with them, right? There's many different things that you can do. Okay, and with that, I'll end my presentation. I hope it didn't take
Thank
too long.
you. No, and I know the commission's gonna have some questions, so. Commissioners, I'm gonna open it up for questions.
I do have some questions. Just, there's so much paper here, I can't find them at the moment. So my first question, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you so much. And I was the one who kept talking about the photos.
Okay.
Well, actually, I have a question, just when you were talking about the beauty of buildings. I wanted to share with you, you know, we just celebrated Preservation Month. And
Yes,
Crescent City has a program to celebrate it.
Excellent.
We did a dramatic historic time tour, and the people who wrote the play for the time tour had a quote from Mr. Charles Griffin, who is the developer of Crescent City, who laid it out
Nice.
in the blocks in, I believe, the 1880s, right, Commissioner Lori? So the quote from Charles Griffin was, "Crescent City will not be a cheap place to live, but a beautiful one, a place where people will beautify and ornament their homes. And I have to say
That's
that really,
beautiful.
resonates.
Mhm.
You're talking about the buildings that were built along that philosophy in the 20s and 30s. They were built to be beautiful.
Yes.
And my first question for you is, it would be impossible to recreate these buildings at anything under, what, millions of dollars
Yes.
today, correct? You could
Yeah,
not,
$500 to $800 a square foot.
Right.
So
So-
double, triple, the
Um,
repair work.
one thing that I looked, I mean, you've given us a great overview of, how you could possibly go forward to find uses and partners. What I didn't see in any of the drawings, I saw the total square footage,
Yes.
but, for me, and sometimes, you have to start small, I don't see square footage expressed for the floors in each building or the different rooms in each building. For example, if there was, a provider who wanted to come in and provide activities.
Great
in the
question. Yes.
Can that information be added to
Yes, we
the
can,
report?
yes, we can add that. Probably what we'll do is add another sheet to the drawings and then go for, with the floor plans, with a diagram, so that you can look at the floor, right, actually, we'll update the floor plans and we'll put in red or some other color, okay, this room is this size, this room is this size, the main rooms, right, the rooms that you wanna be able to, a classroom size, the gymnasium size, the auditorium, the cafeteria, yes, we can add, I just made a note, we can definitely add square footage breakdown for each building.
And then you explained, I had a question about the bubble diagram, because I think I didn't have it yet. Hold on, I think to me, and to my fellow commissioners, the square, when I look at the plans, the square footage of each individual floor and all the rooms seems to me to be really important, because if you're gonna show it to someone,
They're gonna wanna know.
they want to know, what is the square foot of these rooms? That was the only thing, and then again, I guess the only thing that kind of frustrated me and disappointed me is this most recent small report does detail the major issues that need to be handled first.
Yes.
And I was hoping we could have gotten that information about 6 weeks ago, so that we could have plugged it into a special categories grant application. And as the mayor so beautifully expressed it, when we talked about this a couple meetings ago, we could have gotten started on just starting to preserve the building for the benefit of the whole community.
I brought that up last year and this year too. And we kept repeating it, because we had change in management.
Right,
And we kept saying, June first, what do you need? Do you write grants? I go, no, we're architects, we don't write grants, but we'll help you. And that's what we do with other agencies, we'll edit it.
And that's not anybody, I mean,
Right.
we've had
That just
changes
happened.
in administration, we've had a lot of things going
It
on.
does, but
It's
now
not,
we.
it's not, nobody's to blame on that one.
Right, so my next question kind of is, for the more immediate issues that need to be addressed, there's not really price tags on those specific issues.
Right, because if you look at our contract,
Right,
the master plan has up to a certain point,
right,
and then it goes into design,
Right.
and then construction documents, and then construction, based on what is selected to be done. So that's more specific, that's more detail oriented, this is more broad based.
Right.
And so, that would be based on where do we wanna start, which one do we wanna do, and then obviously we would go into detail. That's why I suggested that, buildings that are gonna be mothballed for a while be protected, right, for leaks, especially the roof, even if it's just a tarp, right? And then, we take our time, take your time and do this, one at a time, or even portions of a building. Somebody mentioned, I think Mr. Newell mentioned, that, like the city hall building, let's just do the upper floor and forget about the basement for now. That might be possible. We gotta look at the mechanicals and we have to look at the structurals to make sure that can be done.
okay, so for example, if a partner wanted to come in and use the auditorium.
Yes.
Obviously, and be a partner, they would have to either hire you or hire their own architect to give them a cost.
Gotcha.
So you've identified the issues, but whoever wants to be a user or, less
Joint venture.
see or something would have to get their own cost estimate.
Yes.
Where
And-
I believe with the new mood, we had more of a plan that was drawn out for us that showed us what could be done with that, so.
Right, and then we're waiting on the grant, we're waiting on the grant to actually do the architectural rendering so that we can start with the next step. Then my final question, because
If I can just,
Somebody else?
just answer something on that request. So let's say you get partners to do the separate buildings. Every city that I work with will, if we don't do the architectural work, they might hire us to supervise the work because you need to have just like you have a great lawyer that checks your contracts and all that, you wanna have a good architect that is checking what they're proposing, so it doesn't take away from the historic character on the outside and on the inside of the building, so it's just a recommendation.
yeah, no,
And we'd be
glad
happy
you
to help
brought
you.
that up, because obviously we're interested in them because of their historic features, and we don't want, we have a resolution, that the city did to preserve those buildings, in their historic,
Beautiful.
nature. So, and then just finally, just to clarify, you said the cost you think is somewhere in between, essentially Mr. Newbold's, lower cost, which you call Band-Aid, which is to, some of these buildings are still being used, actually. But this would be a basic cost. The cost you provided, the per square foot cost, that's actually, as I understand it, the whole cost to bring it to the level of the drawings that you showed.
2025 historic buildings for the next 100 years.
Right, but
It's an investment.
right, but for example, that would be the total build out for the media center.
All the buildings.
Right,
Yes.
and when we see the picture of the auditorium, the cost is the total build out for everything being brought up to date.
Including the FF&E, all the furniture, all the equipment, all of those details.
Right, okay, so just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Thank you.
And since we have a master cost schedule, as you start doing projects, you start looking at that so you don't, we're going too high, we're going too crazy on this building, or the tenant is going too crazy, let's make sure there's a balance. This is, a master plan, historic resources report, is a guideline, they're living documents, right? And whether you do a master plan like a planner, right, a land planner for the buildings in the city, you can do the same thing for buildings. In this case, you've got 5 wonderful historic buildings with a lot of history in them, and this is just a guideline, to take us into the future.
Mayor, that's all I have.
That's all you have. Commissioners, we have.
I would just like to say, Rick, thank you very much for your work. I know this has been a big project. It's been a big project for us too, going back and forth, but we're glad that you see what some of us see in those buildings. And it's nice to hear that. But I do appreciate you and Brian and everyone's work on this. This was a beautiful report that you finished, so
Thank you so much, Bill. And I beg you, don't be afraid of the project. Don't get into the weeds right now as to, is it gonna be 1.5 million or whatever? It's way too early for that, just envision, dream, he told me he's gonna stay here, by the way. So I'm gonna hold him to that, right? What a great project, right, for, wouldn't you say so, city manager, for a city manager to come to the city? I remember when we did Sebastian. Let me tell you, Sebastian was gonna be $1 million project, ended up being 12 million. Okay, what did the city manager, the sales tax, he got the county, Indian River, to do a penny sales tax. He got a ton of money out of there, and he got money from, he did the historic buildings, we did a new gym, a Boys and Girls Club, a park, a new city hall. We took the police station and doubled the size, and they operated in it while the hurricanes were going on in 2004, right? So don't be afraid of it. Small towns can accomplish these things. It's gonna take time. I totally understand that. I get that,
Commissioner Burns? Commissioner Moore?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good drive home.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, I do have one question for Mr. Gonzalez, just real briefly. theoretically, our small mansion grant was funded in the Division of Historic Resources list. Do you have any idea whether the legislature has actually voted on the budget or where?
They're
that's
still
going?
fighting, they're
They're
crazy
still
this
fighting.
year. There's something in the water in Tallahassee.
I think by like next week, there's a.
Well, there's
That's not-
something in the water in DC too, right? So,
We don't know yet.
I don't know. Just
For us, it's
fingers
small but
crossed.
free. Okay, thank you so much.
But in the past years, they have been very nice to the small grants, because it's small money, so.
Right, we're on the list, we just
Yeah,
don't
we're
know about
we're
this.
like halfway up there.
All right. I'll ask at my next meeting in, what is it now? In July, when I go.
We'll be done then.
I'll let you know, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, good night.
And with that, we're gonna move on to our sheriff's office presentation.
Is it kind of us right here?
It's right there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. We didn't look good. No, we're still in the session, nobody go anywhere. So it's, Jamie's ready. David didn't know that.
He has another comment first.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's break that. It's fine.
Good presentation.
Yours?
Gentlemen, what happened with
The laser
think your
doesn't-
battery's going, think your battery's going bad.
That does not happen, Bobby, just the laser does not work, it's not very bright at all. But you can go ahead and start if you want. You can go ahead,
Okay.
she gave me the gavel.
First of all, I want to address the Cops, Kids and Kayaks. Had a great time. We had a good showing of nearly 500 people, I believe it was. So it was a very good turnout this year. I seen the mayor there, I seen the city manager there, and well, everybody's having a good time. So we look forward for that for years to come. Go ahead and start off with the report, respect your time. Not much to go over. This was kind of an interesting one. This gentleman, Mr. Sursley, went and I guess ran off the road into the ditch. We called for a tow service. They came over and pulled him out. Once it was time to pay the bill, he took off. So when he took off, unfortunately, he went the same direction where my deputies were sitting down here, and they stopped him again, arrested him for the theft of services, and he also got a suspended license after he left the scene when they told him not to be driving.
That's what GW.
So that's a good karma in there.
Sometimes it's okay.
The next is our one traffic crash. The vehicle was at the intersection of Summerwood and Edgewood, Summit and Edgewood. Went to make a U-turn and basically just turned this out of a vehicle, not paying attention. Yes, it happened.
Yeah.
Here's the kind of meat and potatoes of what we had for the month. 190 calls for service,
So that was
41 of those were traffic stops, 1 traffic accident, 17 total reports, 9 arrests, and 2 charging affidavits before the state attorney's office. Any questions on that so far?
I'm glad to see the bump went down, the calls for services, I don't know. That was such a weird,
It's anomaly, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Think maybe it's just the additional traffic stops, I'm not sure.
yeah,
And now, when I looked through them also, there was really nothing that stuck out, but it was great. Here's your, 6-month crime comparison, 200% increase in crime, going from 2 to 1. And again, if you're not aware, these are crimes that we kind of monitor, that we have most relevant in Crescent City. I mean, there's murder and all this other stuff that we just don't have. So we're trying to kind of dumb it down a little bit, the things that we feel like we control, which is all the property crime stuff. And the aggravated assaults are, just something that, again, we track, because that's what gets reported to Florida Department of Law Enforcement. For when somebody goes online to look and see the crime rates in Crescent City, these are most of the crimes that we're reporting. And that's all I have.
and you covered the cops.
You did.
I did.
How many people we had, how many we had?
I know there was 450,
Yeah.
but it was close.
450 that were documented, yeah.
Yes, that was documented, so there's probably more than that were there.
Yeah.
But closer to 500 people. It's a good crowd in Crescent City.
Everybody looked like.
With that in the market going on, that was probably well over 500, so that was,
So thank you. The neat thing is at the end of the day, when where everybody was packing up, there was probably 15, at least 15, maybe 20 children out there, and teenagers out there fishing off the dock.
Yes, and I don't know if you see it on Facebook, we actually went over to Bass Pro Shops and they donated about 50 fishing poles for that.
Yeah.
Basically what happened is the kids come out there, they use the pole and they fish, and they got to take the fishing pole home.
Yeah.
And they're not cheap these days either.
No, our,
So
in our
thank you.
local,
Bass Pro.
local resident, Lee, Dayton and his wife, they, he reconditions any of them too. So if anybody has any that want to donate, and he teaches the kids how to fish. It's a neat experience. Neat experience, and we just thank y'all.
Perfect. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, one issue, so it's June. We don't meet again, I think, before July 4th. Fireworks are not permitted anywhere on city property, correct?
They are not.
Okay, every year they are a problem on the city dock on Lake Stella, and they're a problem at Dexter Beach, and sometimes they're a problem at Matthews Park. People call, there's huge fireworks. Right now, we have birds nesting on the lake, right in there, it's supposed to be a conservation area. What can be done this year to make sure that those fireworks don't get started and go off for hours on city property?
I would say, if it's possible, to close all city parks down. I don't know if that's gonna be an option, or city property. Because what happens is historically, people go to these parks, they get there tends to be a large crowd. Once that large crowd gets there, no, we don't have fireworks, they start shooting fireworks. And I've got a potential to have 5 or 6 deputies in Crescent City to try to control a crowd of 300 or 400 people. And then you gotta ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze? Do we clean up the fireworks tomorrow and try to address it with whoever's handling this event? Or do we engage in that and do that on July 4th on a holiday weekend? Because it's not gonna be pretty.
Well, I'm just saying, I think the mayor knows, and,
Because the mayor's out there cleaning it up every
well,
day.
I'm not talking
And then
about,
our deputy's done a fantastic job too of cleaning all that stuff up, and you didn't have to do that.
I'm not talking about the cleanup. And it is quite a mess, I'm talking about property damage to the city dock. Was my understanding last year that someone burnt a hole in the city dock on Lake Stella. And as well, the neighbors are calling about it. And it's not good for the wildlife in the conservation area, so, it's, people are calling. 2 years ago, the people across from the park were afraid that the fireworks were gonna set the roof on fire. So anyway, I hope that can be addressed in an effective way.
That's something we run into every year, and another issue we have is just manpower and controlling those crowds. One thing we do have to do is, when you talk about criminal charges for criminal mischief, we have to obviously see somebody that's actually doing that, we have to see them causing damage, and we gotta prove, obviously, we gotta prove criminal intent. So, but yes, if we see somebody do something illegal that is a crime in front of us, that is not a misdemeanor, or it's not a misdemeanor exception, we will take action.
Right, but you've asked people to leave the parks basically on trespass before because alcohol is not allowed, right, without a permit.
I can tell them to leave, if they don't leave, I can start arresting them, but again,
Right, I know, I've seen it, I've been there.
then what's gonna happen is we're gonna arrest 5 people, and it's gonna be everybody that's basically in the south end, and then I'm gonna leave Crescent City and be out of Crescent City for 3 or 4 hours while they are able to do whatever they would like to do.
And it goes till way in the evening, so it's been an annual.
And it's something we need to work together on to try to figure out a remedy for it. Closing the parks is what it is, and we chain up the parks, we put up fence, we got lock gates, and we keep letting out the parks. Unfortunately, we don't have the option to do that, because we don't have the fencing, we don't have the gates.
Yeah, Dexter doesn't have that, we don't have any of that.
But the park is supposed to be closed at dusk, right?
Yes.
So,
I definitely think it's different when you have a couple people on a regular basis and when you have 300 or 400 people. It's just a different scenario. But I don't know if the city would be open to finding an alternative spot that you can control for that type of thing. I don't know. Just putting that out there because it's not going to go away.
And it's legal. I mean, and we don't allow them in our parks, but, you know, the state has made the 4th of July fireworks legal.
And it goes back into what we had spoke about issuing people citations. Yes, I can go issue them the citations, but we told you we haven't found a remedy yet to have any kind of meat to those ordinances yet. And we're still working on that with the courts to try to get some type of a process of how that looks on, you don't come and pay your fine, what happens after that? And that's why the judges aren't seeing these cases, because there's nothing behind them. There's no punishment afterwards. So that's, again, it's something we're working on with the corporate courts.
Like, for one holiday, I don't know whether it was July 4th or January 1st, but you folks did have a sheriff's deputy in one car there, and that was very effective. People did not tend to gather. So anyway, it continues to be a problem, and I just don't think people should have to, I don't think people should have to experience that in their neighborhood or where they live.
And when they're experiencing those type of things, they do need to call the sheriff's office, because the studies I have done, when we have had issues around Crescent City, they are not calling. The citizens of the community are not calling the sheriff's office.
They're calling, and then they're calling me saying that the sheriff says nobody can come.
No, ma'am, that's not true at all. I can show you on our CAD system. I'd be happy to sit down with you and show you on our CAD system. When a call comes in and it's dispatched to a deputy, it creates a CAD screen. You can't hide it. It's a public records request. They are not calling.
So you're saying nobody called on?
I didn't say anybody called. I said it is very minimal, just like the parties we have on Bay Street. And then they leave anonymous names who we don't know who they are. I can't respond on an anonymous name.
Okay, well, I will, get with my neighbors about this, because people sure called me last year, and they called me and texted me repeatedly and said, we are calling, and nothing has changed.
Yes, ma'am. And they call me too, and I tell them to call the sheriff's office, and like I said,
I'm doing that now too, because a lot of people call me, and I'm like, you know, if you call the sheriff's
Yes.
office, if you call the
Please.
sheriff's office, please call the
that's
sheriff's
why
office.
we're here.
Please call the sheriff's office.
And
But it can also be, I mean, the other thing we have to remember too is, it could also be in a private yard, and we can't really prevent that in a private residence.
the people who were calling me were calling about the public facilities, not the private yards, and they could see it. And so I'll just leave that with you. Thank you.
Any other questions for the captain? Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Okay, we're gonna, at this time, I'm going to recess this meeting, and we're going to open up our CRA meeting. So we've got before us, this downtown partnership request for quarterly funding.
Good evening,
Hello,
everybody.
Cindy. Thank you, I'm sorry that we've gone so late tonight.
Oh, that's quite all right. There's all these issues we have to address. Tonight I'm here, I'm the Vice President of the Downtown Partnership, Crescent City, and this is our agreement for services through you that I'm asking for our funding of the $12,500 for the third quarter. In your packet, you've gotten the invoice, you've also gotten the accomplishments that we've done, April through June. We've done a cleanup of Eagle Lions Park prior to the Catfish Festival. Our potted plants that we have on Central Avenue were all redone, and they're looking very nice now. They have been completely watered, and are looking very nice compared to what they were before. There's been a lot of attention paid to that from our people, and they take a lot of pride in that. We had our spring festival, where we had a petting zoo, and that was very well received. A lot of people did enjoy the little animals there. Tim Jefferson and myself attended the quarterly meeting in DeLand about economic vitality, and as far as looking at our Main Street to attract businesses and what we can do with our existing businesses. And since that, we had helped out with Pam's Kitchen there for auxiliary for their bathroom and air conditioning, trying to work with them. Tim has gone out to our current building owners and has been talking with them, trying to see what we can do to help further from just storing their items to making that something happen with them and get involved with them. We've also signed a lease with our building for a year. That is a big step for us. That shows that we're committed to what we're doing here. And with that lease, we've already created the Saturday markets through the summer so that we could generate revenue to help with that rent. We are now working on Red, White, and Boom, which will be on the 28th. And tomorrow we're going to Havana. It's a town that Mayor Michelle has recommended to us about the same demographics that they have and their program that they're succeeding very well. We're going to see what they can do to help us to help our city to grow as they have done. Is there any questions on this allotment for us?
Well, the town has. He was asking about where Havana was.
It's just not the,
Yeah, it's not
Tallahassee.
but it's Havana.
just under 4 hours.
Um,
Does anyone have any questions?
Before I just have a comment, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So, just thank you very much, for partnering with the Historical Society, for the time tour that happened at Spring Fest and also, for the tour, the just straight tour of Central Avenue. You folks hosted, the gathering there and, it was very much enjoyed having that space and having people get together. And a group of people went to Three Bananas afterwards, and some of them were from up the street in Pomona Park. So that was very nice. Thank you for trying to increase the emphasis on economic vitality. And as I've said before, I'm hoping, I think we all need to get a handle on what it takes to actually accomplish historic preservation on Main Street, which there's,
Right,
I understand that there's a group going to the conference, the
yes,
on Main
yes.
Street conference. Right,
Right on Main Street, yes.
right, because one area that we've never gotten a handle on, to me, is the federal, income tax credit for commercial buildings. It's there, I've shared some information. But it's technical, even, the architect who owns a building now on Central Avenue is not familiar with that. It's kind of a hard thing to get your mind around, and there's a lot of process. So anyway, just thank you for everything you're doing and good luck, and I hope you don't try to make that trip in 4 hours.
Any other questions or comments?
You say that, for Main Street, you have you're gonna be going to like a conference or something?
It's Parade on Main Street Palms. It's every year that we do that.
Okay, where's it gonna be?
It's going to be in Palm Beach. It was in Tallahassee last year.
No, it's in,
Fernandina?
Island, Fernandina.
Fernandina Beach.
It's their annual state, it's the annual state Main Street conference that they have.
Okay.
Preservation on Main Street.
Yeah,
I'm
it
sorry.
does both, it has
preservation on
preservation,
Main Street. There's a lot-
elements, and they also have Main Street elements, so it's a combination of both.
Now, is there a cost for that?
There is.
Okay, and how many folks are going?
There is 3 folks going, one is paying their own way.
Well, no, I'm just questioning.
We
How
have
does it go? That's all.
You can get there's a special rate as government officials.
Yeah, I've gone
It's
every year,
$150.
this is the first year I haven't, I've
Yeah,
gone,
'cause I don't
I've
really
used
know
my
about
money, yeah.
There's a daily rate of $100, and for the whole conference, it's $275.
But
But
government
right.
officials, it's $150.
Yeah.
For the whole thing.
That's what I was asking.
For the whole.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh, may I make a motion? Yes, I move that we honor the request, or that we pay the invoice, to the Downtown Partnership for the third quarter, allotment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, do we have any discussion?
We have, building that you're in right now, and I can remember, we now have a new guy, okay, running it. Basically, you kind of emptied the whole place out, and I was just wondering, Yeah, you got tables that just go down the middle of the one side. And of course, I really did enjoy the market that you just put on, that was air conditioned and stuff. But what is your actual plan, okay, for that side? I mean, are you gonna, what are you gonna do with that side? Just leave the tables there? I mean, at one
As far as
point-
our conference side, at the Welcome Center side, on our side where we have our meetings, where you see the tables on the left side.
So is that just gonna stay like that?
No, it's not. It's all transitional. We're still, our vision, we have it for our meeting space, but then we wanted to have it as a gathering space as well.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering when that kind of is gonna happen. I kind of miss, okay, the old kind of look at, you had your dance on one side and then you had your stuff going on, as far as crafts and things like that on the other side. And
Well, the dance is taking a break for the summer. This is why the summer market, and as far as generating the income.
Okay.
She may be back in the fall. We have to see if she wants to re-up with her rent. Because it's a month-to-month kind of thing for her. She did not sign a lease. This whole lease is new to us.
Okay.
Because we were subleasing from Christine, she had the lease before, and then she was going month to month, and we went month to month, and now they want us to sign a lease. That was new to us, so at this point, our vision is to possibly have like pop-ups on the right side and keep ours, like a welcome center for people to come in and gather, and just to come and talk and find out about the city, what we can do to help them with the businesses and that.
Okay, well, I'm just curious.
We're a work in progress.
Well, yeah, you definitely are, but it looks, most of the week, it looks.
You there?
All right, yeah, that's all. All right, thank you.
Any suggestions?
Not at the moment.
Oh, we're here if you have any.
I know yours.
Hopefully, and this is for everybody watching, everybody in the audience, volunteers are what really make the Main Street successful. And I know if you go into Havana, that's one of the purposes too, because they have a community very much like ours. And they've been very successful as far as getting volunteers and so, anybody, if you've got an hour, if you've got any time at all, please reach out, because it's just so important. And I know that that's what y'all are looking for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Did we vote?
no, we haven't, I'm gonna,
Okay.
we have a proper motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you do roll call, please.
Commissioner DeVito? Aye. Commissioner Lloyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore? Aye. Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, you might as well stay there.
Okay.
With that, I'm gonna close out our CRA and I'm gonna open up our regular scheduled meeting, and with that, our business items. So, Mr. Martin, we're gonna start with our downtown partnership, and, I guess you're going to go ahead and do the presentation for the bike fest.
Yes, I am. Last year, we had put in an application that was previously approved for the Bike Fest. This year, it did not go through because of just different things that happened with reorganization through the city and with our partnership. We are putting it back on board this year for October 25th. We've got a copy of our site plan here. We've got where we're looking to use Market Square, Sunrise Park, and also we're gonna close the boat ramp at the city-county area, not Sunrise. Sunrise will be open for boaters, and what we're looking to do is close Central from Summit all the way through down and keeping the boat ramp closed as well, so it'll be a vintage motorcycle show there. Prospect and Park will remain open. We're looking to close Lake on the west side of the street, so that there's not through traffic there, just because the motorcycles that they can have to through there.
So that will be predominantly for the motorcycles to park up and down.
Yes, up and down Central, yeah, and in front of the van is there, and then we're gonna have a vintage car show, in the school property. There will be, we will be serving alcohol at the Market Square, where they will also have the band. We'll be serving alcohol at Sunrise Park, and then possibly at our headquarters in the alley there.
Okay, and then on with.
That's me.
And this is this is something that, multiple businesses here within the downtown, within the Main Street program, this is our benefit and they're supportive of this.
Yes,
And be part of it, and gonna be part of it.
yes.
Commissioners, do we have any questions?
And my question was just about routing traffic, because the Sunrise Park boat ramp's gonna be open, so someone
Yes.
can still come and launch a boat.
Yes.
And I just was wondering how they're supposed to get there.
Through Park Street.
I finally figured it out.
Park Street, Park Street.
That's
Park
all.
Street.
Like we've always done, even like when
Yes.
we've done that with the 4th of July, and we've always allowed parks so they could go around.
Yes.
No, that's good. Yeah, good idea.
Any questions, it's okay.
I was gonna say, it took me until just now, looking at this lovely diagram to figure out, it's like a puzzle.
The flow, yes.
But is it, I mean, I don't know, is October fishing season? I mean, will there be, you said you're going to have alcohol at Sunrise Park, will there be room for boaters to park their trailers?
They would leave room for them, yes.
Okay.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
So are you gonna have a lobby in for Oktoberfest? I'd like to move
The
on.
Bike Fest, we're having Brad Guthrie is going to be one of them, and then the other one is it, and then what?
Framing
Pardon?
Framing the Red.
Framing the Red. And
Yeah.
the music will be from 10 to 4.
Okay.
And the music will be over in
Market
Market
Square.
Square, it'll be
Yeah.
Market Square. Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
No, I just have a comment. I just generally don't vote to approve alcohol in our parks. I don't mind alcohol on the street area, if it's in a commercial area, but I just don't vote to approve alcohol in the parks. If it was a separate application, I would vote for the event. I just wouldn't vote for the alcohol in the park.
Which park are we talking about?
Sunrise.
Sunrise Park.
Sunrise?
Who's gonna be set up at Sunrise?
I don't think
That would be the
partnership.
partnership.
Pardon? You don't have a bargain set up at Sunrise.
No, but what they're gonna have is swap meet there, and if it's an opposed, we can just move the bar if that's a problem as well.
Okay, yeah, I don't
I would
see
say
bar
that's the-
listed there, so.
A necessity, if that's going to stop us from doing this.
I think you've got, so that would leave you with how many bars?
That would be, well, we would have Market Square, we would have like partnership, and then, Three Bananas would have theirs.
Would that suffice? I think that should
That would be
suffice.
fine.
Because we also, at that time, we keep in mind, we'll have, hopefully, we'll have 3, possibly 4 restaurants operating at that time.
Right,
2 of them will be serving alcohol,
yes.
have alcohol permits, so.
Today, I don't see it in here, but is there a need, haven't they in the past had us waive the open container law for certain spaces? Is that necessary at all?
I think they did put an application in, didn't you? I believe there's an application in for that.
This time.
And they would have to, we'd have
Right.
to waive that because otherwise,
I thought I saw
but yeah.
it.
This is just
So
for
do
the
you
event
want
as a
to
whole.
adjust your application to take that out of serving over on Sunrise, serving alcohol? on Sunrise?
Sure.
Okay. Do we have any other questions?
Good.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the special event permit for Bike Fest to be held, what's the date?
October 25th.
October 25th.
October 25th. And allow alcohol sales on the city property as Market Square, correct?
No, it will not be on Market Square, it'll be across from Market
It
Square.
would be Market Square.
Oh, it will be on Market Square,
It will be
okay.
Market
Do I
Square.
need to
I was thinking,
would
y'all were gonna do it right in front of your building.
Approve the application, but exclude minus the alcohol and Sunrise Park.
Sunrise Park.
Yes.
Right, oh, yeah, so with the change of there being no alcohol in Sunrise Park, or alcohol sales.
Outside of Sunrise.
That's fine.
Okay,
Awesome.
so we have a motion to approve with the exclusion of Sunrise Park selling alcohol in that location. We have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second
So we have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any additional comments?
I just see the application in here for emergency services. is that something that you guys still have to work out? It's nothing's filled out. I just didn't know, have you checked with emergency services about having a?
That'll be to be determined, yes, we'll work that out.
I just want to make sure that's covered.
And they've got that in their plan too, as far as, how many, because they're gonna have to hire law enforcement for this.
It's like one for every 500.
Yes.
So isn't there gonna be about 10,000 here?
No, about
Yeah,
me.
motorcycles.
Next
We'd be
year,
lucky if we had motorcycles and motorcycle lawnmowers.
yeah,
That would be nice.
it's gonna, it actually, there's a lot of people, and when you look at this, and I'm on the EV committee, so I have been involved in this some, but when you look at the, impact it can have on some of our businesses, you don't even think about how they play into it. Pablo with Parker House, he'll be part of it, Jethro, he'll be part of it. We even have outside of the city, limits, we've got businesses.
Diamond upholstery.
Diamond Upholstery, they're very much a part of this, and they want to bring it into town. So, yes.
Cruisers.
Exactly, the cruiser, so there's a lot of partners, and people are really, excited about this opportunity.
Yes, they are.
So, thank you all for your hard work that you put into this, we greatly appreciate it, and supporting this event. This is
Thank you for the
important.
opportunity.
This is, and Anna, has she's spearheading this with both Cindy and Tim, and, it's a lot of work.
Oh, it's all part of our economic vitality, bringing people to the city, encouraging them to come and open a business or buy a house, and go visit Amy Heath at St. John's River.
That's true. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. So approved, thanks,
Thank you.
and thank you for your patience. With that, we've got, the next one is the Juneteenth celebration. And unfortunately, Dr. Angel, and Gerald could not be here for medical reasons. They've asked us to consider this, she's going to be using the park, it just came in at the last, at the last minute, she, I think,
So it's,
reached out.
right, it's Thursday, the 19th, and that's a city holiday, correct? Federal holiday, isn't it? Unless they got rid of it.
No, I think it's a federal holiday too, and the city.
Right, no, I'm
the
saying,
city-
we would be closed, but the event would be happening in the park.
Yes.
And they don't seem to be, it says total 55, I'm kind of reading this for Commissioner Lori, if you don't mind. And that's pretty much it. And they're saying music and,
The Roberts family, they'll be performing, and I'm sure she'll have some of the,
she says light refreshment.
light refreshments oftentimes. Sometimes they serve hot dogs tonight. Sometimes they serve hot dogs and, there and have some refreshments. She has in the past.
So, I don't know, I mean, just as long as they follow the rules, I will move that we approve the, request.
For the Juneteenth celebration.
Yes, for the Juneteenth.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, give you a roll call for us,
Commissioner
please.
DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
That's me. B-U-R-T-O-N.
Yes, ma'am.
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so approved.
Mayor, I had a couple things that came up, an emergency item that I'd like to move to the top, as well as our city docks and repairs conversation. I have our public works director here, that I'd like him to get up and talk about those items, please.
Commissioners, are you in favor of taking this out of order?
Sure.
Everyone's okay? Okay. Thank you. Gonna go ahead.
Hey, you're on, Keith.
Do we want to start with the city docks, or are we gonna start with the emergency?
the emergency, please.
Okay, and so this is, if you'll explain this to us, and then the commission can determine if they can take this.
Yes, ma'am. The emergency money we're asking for is to purchase either one lawnmower or two. We lost another one yesterday, the one that Cecil runs, it blowed up, 1,600 hours on it. We lost another one a couple months ago. I sent to the lawnmower shop in Black. This will be the third time that someone's had to put an oil pan on this lawnmower. We don't understand why it keeps cracking them, but it's $800 to $900 to over $1,000 every time we go. Cecil's mower, we're not sure what happened and why it locked up. It had 1,600 hours on it. We've had a lot of trouble with that particular mower as far as electrical issues. And I mean, we can put a motor on it if y'all want to. Motor's gonna be probably $4 to $5 grand. I did get my quote earlier, and then Nancy's actually working on some quotes too from some people that she knows, but mine was for a 72-inch Hustler for around $15,000.
Okay, you're asking for two?
Well, whatever we need, we can get one now.
You said 15,000 for both?
15,000 for one.
For one.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
one. Does this one have air in it?
Air?
Is there, yeah, anything for Cecil? Yeah, some of them have air.
Oh, we can get them with air, but you're probably looking $40,000 to $35,000.
Okay.
It's very.
I just was asking because
I mean-
I know it's really,
Cecil seems to be happy with it as long as he has a canopy.
okay.
I mean, he changes his oil religiously, he changes his blades religiously. He takes very good care of his mower,
What's the brand we have currently?
greatly.
What are you looking at?
That's the
15,000?
Well, we got, the one I'm looking at now is a Hustler. I've never heard anything about the Husqvarnas. We've already had a Kubota. I don't wanna buy another one.
How about Skag?
The Skag's broke down. That's the one that cracked the oil pan. That's be the third time when we go back with it. And they supposedly checked the frame, checked everything.
What about a John Deere?
We're getting quotes on that too, but they're probably gonna be a lot higher. Last time we looked at them, when we bought the Kubota.
Nothing runs like a Deere though. Now you know that, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, the first one we had when I started here years ago was a John Deere 997. And it had over 5,000 hours on it. It's still running to this day, the people that bought it.
Yeah.
Still
It's a
running.
Deere good tractor.
So, where are we looking to,
One of them's American Mower and Saw and Palaca and we're
where's the money coming out of?
Would you like to? We have.
You have a state bid you can back off of? Yeah, good.
There's $12,000 in our discretionary fund that was for Kubota side by side that we haven't used. So I talked with Derek and Keith this afternoon. We'd like to take that and put that towards the mower.
Okay, well, where's the additional gonna come from?
We've got some carry forward. We could apply to that.
We have some balance,
We do,
770,000.
we haven't,
We have not.
yeah.
And then we did have it, we passed or we actually had a motion and voted on it several meetings ago. We should have had a budget amendment that was supposed to be given to us.
We were supposed to have a budget amendment, but for that we did, it was only for the renovations here
And
and,
it actually, if you look at the minutes, it was to put the money in the miscellaneous line, so that way it would be spendable, and then that could be moved within the fund.
okay, I thought it was
That's-
specific.
No, I think we did that because I told it, you know.
I thought it was specific. Okay, well, my bad, I thought it was specific to the raises and to the renovations here.
Raises was the last one.
And the
This was
renovations here,
supposed to be a recent one.
Mayor,
yes.
let me ask you this, we're 8 months into the fiscal year, right? So, not exactly sure how this works, if they take, the 12,000 that was allocated for side by side just in this is from, in general, from the public works budget, right? If you need something, is there $3,000 worth of unexpended funds in the public works budget? We're going to have a meeting on July 8th to allocate the carry forward. So do we have, in other words, do we have to be specific about where the additional 3,000 comes from? Can it come from generally in the public works budget, and then we will figure out how to supplement that on July 8th? That would work?
Steve?
Do we do that? Let's take a look and see if there's an extra $3,000 somewhere.
That hasn't been spent, correct?
That hasn't been spent.
Okay,
So Keith, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is making sure that we give, our employees the tools they need to get the job done.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you're saying we need two, who is using,
We don't
what's the other?
necessarily need to,
What
but
can we do
we
with right
figured
now?
we would ask.
Okay.
The other one, in my quote was a little over 13,000, and it's a 60-inch Hustler. And these actually, what I'm looking at, we're looking at them the same way in John Deere, is these are called rear discharge. So all the grass flows out the back underneath the tires to where we're not blowing debris into 17s or other stuff. And we have had a few claims on car windshields and stuff like that over the past.
Do you have any other questions of Keith? First, we have to determine that we can, is that correct, Norm, that we can take this up as an emergency item?
Yes, I mean, if somebody makes a motion to hear it as an emergency item based upon the stated need, summertime grass is growing, right? Raining now.
Yes, sir.
And keep in mind that he's giving an estimate of 15, we might need to go over that, so we need to make sure that we have enough. So he's not having to come back to us and say it's 1550.
So if somebody makes a motion to take it up as an emergency item, then
I move that we take this up as an emergency item, seeing that it's, the equipment is broken.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, Madam Clerk, if you, for the
And the amount
No, this
No,
is just for the
just
emergency.
to deal with
Take it.
emergency, sorry.
Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Lori, Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, now I need a motion for the equipment, please.
I move that, Keith, be empowered to make a purchase up to $16,000 for a new mower to replace the one that's broken.
And do you want to say where it would come from?
It's gonna come from the Public Works Department. budget.
So, I
And
thought
the money from the side-by-side. And the rest of it will come from the budget.
Well, I think we need to see where we can get the money from, correct?
I just discussed that.
but I was thinking, they said it could come, that should be included in the motion, because I think when they make a purchase, don't they usually copy the minutes and stick it on the back of the purchase order?
I said that using the Kubota side-by-side money and the rest of it coming from the Public Works.
Okay, so that's part of your motion.
Yes.
Part of my motion.
Okay, then I will second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. So approved.
The next item to talk about will be our city docks and repairs. Let me take that, Keith.
Okay, we have the gentleman that has given us the quotes for repairing the docks. He gave us a quote the other day to temporarily fix the city dock for the fireworks. That's gonna cost, he wants $1,000 down and $1,000 when he's finished. And then according to, would you like to take that part over with FEMA?
On the FEMA part?
Yeah.
Sure. So I was able to finally get a hold of Tanya Edwards. This is our FEMA representative that we've been in contact with. And I did get assurance from her that, we can move forward with the projects and still get reimbursed. The question at hand was, could we get reimbursed if we did the projects under the guise of the mitigation? And the answer is no, only because in the mitigation, they have to approve the work ahead of time. The mitigation, I needed to find out what that was, but that is work outside of the actual dock itself. So if we did want to get a larger envelope of reimbursement, then we would have to have that plan. We would have to have a proposal for that plan, and then it would be submitted to them in detail. And right now, as what we've submitted to them in detail is only for the dock. But she did assure me that even if it goes over the reimbursable amount that they've already approved from their initial investigation, that it can be reviewed and validated once the construction is complete. And we would just have to document everything, have our itemized proposal. Of course, we already have one, and photos, and then they would come out and address the work as it is in place, and then we would get reimbursed up to the amount that was spent. Now, she did not say, and she couldn't, on what the time frame would be, but remember that the time frame when we're dealing with FEMA is gonna be a little while.
So we would expend the money and then it'd be reimbursed.
Correct.
So, and that's been a big question, as we all know, we've been criticized, and a lot of people don't realize that for us to go out and repair, we have a fiduciary responsibility, and if we were to do that without FEMA's approval, then, there was no guarantee that we would have that reimbursed, and if we have the opportunity to have it reimbursed, we need to have it reimbursed.
Right.
But we, the commission, that's why it's really on the agenda, need to make a determination if we wanted to take that chance. But now with this new information, now does that include lifting that the Fletcher part?
That
That does not include
does
lifting
not
that dock?
include that, and she said that that actually was out of the question, so that would never be on the plate.
So how much additionally would that cost us to lift that dock?
$9,900. And then, if I understand this right, that's just for new pilots. Then the job number 3 is when he comes in and he raises that up, and that's $875.50. But if we don't do it, we're gonna be right back next year doing it again.
But if we did raise it, are they not gonna cover any of the reason?
They will not cover the pilots.
The pilot or the raising?
So the raising would be our responsibility, but the repairs would be,
Everything else would be on them, the handrails,
all
the
of that would
decking,
be on them.
all that
It'd
stuff would be on them.
Us taking that dock and lifting it up, that's on us.
That would be an advancement of what was there before, so it would not be covered. And it wouldn't be covered under the mitigation factor, because it's not mitigation in their eyes.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. Okay, the Fletcher Park dock, how long is that dock?
Like 300 foot, just the walk platform, and then you got the, platform out there on the lake is 40 by 20. Then he gives us 2 different quotes to basically go ahead and fix the whole platform out there at the end of the dock. All right, the next one was if we want to cut back, it would be 30 by 20, because there's still some of the dock that's still good. But, or do we want to go ahead and spend the money, or we'll get reimbursed, especially on that 1 and 4, we're supposed to get our money back.
No, are we putting this on a credit card or what?
I mean, we're gonna use your card.
I mean, this is a lot of dough right here. I mean, you're looking at the bananas dock. Okay, job 1, and then job 2 is 13,000.
Yeah.
You're looking at Fletcher Park. Let's do the expensive one, and then do the whatever.
Well, the city dock,
999.
yeah, the city dock, we should get reimbursed for all that.
But the thing is, where are we getting that money from? Do we have emergency money that we can just snag to do this work?
We do.
Yeah.
We have our reserve, what we have in reserve that we would pull it, that we can pull it from, and then it's be reimbursed back, except for that lifting of the dock. If we vote to lift the dock up, then we're gonna have to figure out what would be our total cost that would come out of our pocket.
Just the pilings,
That would be the 8750,
No, it's 9,900,
the 9900, okay.
and then raising it is 875.
I do want to put this out there, coming in a little bit after the fact. I don't know if we've reached out to our AE firms, any of our engineers, on this raising of the dock, if it will alleviate the
Yeah,
issue.
because
I
that's
don't
my
want
next
to
question.
spend the money on it if we don't have guarantees, and honestly, when it comes to an act of God, you just don't have a guarantee.
We do have history.
No, no,
This has been the third time this dock's been destroyed.
Now, is there a reason this dock's 300 feet out there? Can it be kind of moved a little closer into shore? Would that help or?
That will, it might help, but that's originally when we got the FERDAP grant, that's what they proposed to build at that
I
time.
mean, is the fishing better out there or, you know,
It's deeper water.
you don't know? I'm just throwing that.
Fishing's pretty much good everywhere on Lake Crescent.
And we do
But you
know
know, I'm just saying that.
there are other docks in the area that are much higher, like Mr. Newell can tell us that from, Forest Grove Ferneries, they have a dock that's been there from the packing house days from the early 1900s, that is much higher and still there. And
we lifted,
That dock is way up there.
so,
Yeah.
Dad lifted his dock after he lost it the last time, and he lifted his dock, and through this last year, everybody around him lost their docks, and his was still standing. with no
I mean,
damage.
even the dock at the Marjorie Dale Nelson boat ramp goes underwater.
Yeah.
The new dock, the long dock, it went underwater by a couple inches.
Yeah.
But that, we didn't lose nothing off of that dock. We lost a little bit off the wall platform at the boat ramp, but nothing major.
It used to run. It's silly to waste money
Well,
and rebuild it.
Ma'am,
Yes,
if I could say something.
Yes.
This is not really an emergency. It is, we have essentially two docks out of commission, right? The city
Yes,
dock.
ma'am.
Okay, and the city dock, there's two parts to it. Is that what I understand, job one and job two?
Yes, ma'am, the actual,
Okay,
the first part is the pier out front,
right,
where everybody fishes from. The other one is the dock alongside the boat ramp.
right.
come on, Commissioner Burton, say some lines over here, so this is.
I'm sorry, I hit my, yeah, they hit the wrong button.
These two here will get reimbursed by
Right, okay.
FEMA.
Yes, so my suggestion is, we have a problem here. I think that the city dock is the more heavily used from what I see. And we're more assured of getting reimbursed. If we're going to vote to do anything, I would suggest that we do the city dock, since it's a more manageable cost. And Mr. Harris feels sure that we would get reimbursed. I think we should leave the discussion of the Fletcher Park dock until July 8th, when we are going to be talking about funds and needs, because this is a lot pricier item. I'm not particularly comfortable trying to rush a decision tonight with Fletcher Park. And there's a long history to that dock, but if we did Three Bananas, then that would make something accessible to all those people who are accustomed to going down there to fish and just enjoy being by the water in Central Avenue. So I guess I should make that more of a motion.
You might want to, but I will say this with Fletcher Park is that it does get a lot of activity. And I get more complaints about Fletcher Park than I'm getting about, by Three Bananas dock.
It's a very,
And there's a danger there, with both of them, because people have violated, our do not cross over this area.
Yeah, when we put netting up, they take it down, drive around it, mainly on the city dock down here. I think we got them slowed up at Fletcher, but I'm really not sure. They haven't took the boards back down this time. And they haven't tore the sign up.
it's a very popular park.
This is, right, but I know there's certain people who fish down at the city dock. I just think that this is a very heavy lift, and we have very little time to make essentially what's a very complex and expensive decision. And we have other potential needs that we're gonna have to deal with.
I do want to add to the conversation, the $2,000 that we talked about, 1,000 up front and 1,000 when complete, will get that larger dock safe for the red, white, and boom. And so, but I also, there's a caveat as well, that $2,000 will not go towards this 13,000. It is a 2,000 above and beyond the actual fix for the dock to get it whole. There is, like you alluded to earlier, a burned area that never got fixed, that had been burned, and I'm thinking that that might have been from that celebration before, because it's out there as well. There's a whole column
Yeah.
that's burned out there.
And that 2,000 is not reimbursable.
That 2,000 is not reimbursable from FEMA.
It's basically to get the main dock usable
Correct.
for the fireworks,
Safe.
red, white, and boom.
Same for the people.
The boy can come in, I texted him today, he can start Friday, he'll be done Saturday.
Okay.
But now that's just to temporarily fix it, nothing to do with the dock beside the boat ramp.
What's the time frame we're looking at for that?
Fixing
The other,
whenever we decide to turn him loose, when, you know, if y'all agree on us going ahead and fixing the city dock and the walk platform.
He had told me by the beginning of next month, he could get to it.
okay, and all of that's reimbursable except for the $2,000?
Yes.
Correct, okay. Okay, commissioners, I need to I'll entertain a motion.
Where's the 2,000 gonna come from? That's what.
It's not gonna be my credit card.
Yeah, we did that.
Well, I can tell you it's not mine right now. Definitely tell you it's not mine.
We'll probably have to look in parks and see what's in there. I actually, if it's still in there, and I don't know why it's in there, I got, just say $1,000 in streets for building repair. Where do I have a building on the streets? I found that in there the other day.
Okay.
So that's part of it there, and we can move it around like we always do.
And then,
That's from
Steve, you're good?
Yeah, well, I think what is it?
Okay,
Well, I move that we go ahead and approve the repair of the city dock for $2,000 by all Florida dock builder to be paid from the parks, budget line. Parks budget,
I think he said streets.
or streets, I'm sorry, park streets.
no, he only has 1,000 in streets.
But we'll have to look, I think there's some other money in both of them, we just have to look at it.
Parks and streets, are you saying?
Yes, ma'am, so for the 2,000,
Yeah, so I see parks.
to at least get the dock patched temporarily for red, white, and blue.
Is my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? This is the initial $2,000 that is not reimbursable, that would come out of our budget. So, we have any other comments? If not, Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. Aye. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, do you
Thank
need
you.
approval at this time? Do we need approval to go forward with the other repairs? Are you, I mean, the ones that we know are gonna be reimbursed? Do
If
you
you
wanna
would,
do that? I mean, we've got it right here. Do we need to do that?
I would
tonight?
like the approval on that.
Okay. And then, so I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to make a motion, and that would be the, job 2 and job 1, is that correct?
Yes.
Job 2 and job 1, job 1, job 2.
For the city dock,
Yes.
Yeah.
So I move that we approve going forward, with the repair of city dock, and that's the one that's listed on this sheet as 3 bananas, correct? Repair of
Yes,
city
ma'am.
dock,
Yes, ma'am.
for job 1, that's at approximately $5,000, and job 2 at approximately $8,000, with the expectation that we will receive reimbursement by FEMA.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? No comments, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. Aye. Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. So to approve.
Thank y'all.
And I think that we didn't want to, you'll come back to the July meeting, and maybe at that time you could have spoken to some engineers and find out, about us raising the dock and.
We'll get some answers.
Well, how soon they're gonna also turn their money loose too, to where,
Okay. I know Black is dealing with the same issue, they've been dealing with the same issue, so. Okay,
thank y'all.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Okay. Let's get back to our entryway, our entryway signs. We, Mr. Martin,
Yes, so,
we need a motion to table this, correct?
yes,
Table it.
if we can table it, that'd be great. And I do want to inform you that we have, looked at those areas, Christina Marie and myself, and we do have an idea of what, we're gonna formulate as far as our plan. But I'm waiting for her to get back so we can work on that together, and then we're gonna present something, to you. So if we can table that for now, that would be great, thank you.
Can I have a motion to table this until a future meeting?
I move that we table the agenda item of entryway signs until a future meeting as requested by our city
Okay, do
manager.
I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, motion passed. Then we've done, let's go down to Diamond Wireless. What are we going to do with?
I don't think that there really is anything for you to do right now.
Because you already said.
That you would look at that contract and talk to him.
Well, there are a number of different options, he said, that are available. I'm sure you understood that basically their desire is simply to lock up the Crescent City properties for the exclusive marketing agreement. When they would desire to enter into an actual land lease, you heard him say it could be a year, 2 years, 3 years, he wasn't sure. So in conversation to decide, he said if you preferred, we could just approach it from the land lease, an option on a land lease and not go into the site marketing agreement at all. He did, apparently that's a generic agreement they use. He had no idea what New York law was specified. He said they don't even have their base in New Jersey. He wasn't sure. So the agreement, he said, was something that if you want to proceed with the concept of the site marketing, he would get back with me and get one of their legal team on, and we try to hash out a couple of those comments. And if you would rather look at it from the perspective of a land lease perspective, instead of the marketing side of it, they would look at the land lease or an option for a land lease. So I think the door's open for you to go in a number of different ways on that if you'd like. But the key, I think, is they're looking to lock up this market. And if Flagler or Palm Coast has done one with them, sure it'd be an easy thing to chat with them and find out how they've fared with it.
I followed that story a little bit from when they started doing that. They actually approached Diamond and they had 3 spots that actually put up monopoles because they wanted to, because the cell signal was just horrible on Palm Coast. So they actually came out in a different way. That was Palm Coast, I think, approached Diamond, but it's worked out. As far as I know, like you said, they're working on their second one.
But remember now, he's not talking about entering into an agreement with you to put up a cell tower.
Yeah.
He's talking about entering into an agreement with you to market to see if somebody wants on a cell tower and if
He's just
somebody
trying
wants.
to nail down this territory
Exactly.
so nobody else can come in
Exactly.
this time. That's
So
what-
I'm not faulting you. I mean, it's a business and I guess they've done well in that business. I'm just saying, if you want me to pursue the site marketing agreement with them and try to hammer something out, I'm happy to. If you want to have him talk about the concept of a land lease option, happy to. If you want to hold up on all of it, whatever your preference is, they're willing to talk.
Did Michael Brahart search him out or he came?
I really don't
He
know.
searched, my understanding, it's your understanding that he approached Michael.
As far as I know.
Yeah, that was my understanding, he approached Michael, and talked to him about it, but,
Okay. I won't really make a motion.
My feeling is that I would, before this is brought back for a vote, to me, I think we need to know a little bit more about it. Mr. Holmes has already, brought out more aspects of this than were originally presented to us. So, to me, I guess my motion would be that we request Mr. Holmes to research, both options. The one that was proposed and, because I don't remember again what it's called, the exclusive marketing agreement.
Yeah.
Side marketing agreement and then the land lease.
And the land lease, and bring us back, I guess, the more specifically the pros and the cons, and also to talk with Palm Coast about their experience.
And my question to you would be, are you looking to emphasize the construction of a tower sooner rather than later? Because as you heard, he's not basically saying that he's gonna get a tower going anytime soon. If you're looking to have emphasize the aspect of this of getting a tower up, then, you know, then I can talk with him about that and ask him which of the ways would we be better off to go if your concern is to get a tower up.
So I think ultimately it's revenue generating, and so the marketing's not gonna give us any revenue. This will give us, a tower would give us revenue, and so what happens if we lock down with him and number 4 or number 3 comes to us and they have a better proposal, then we've locked that down and we don't have a tower.
Yep.
So, that's something,
Also, we would just have revenue and a tower, there would be better signals for everybody, and we'd have revenue.
right,
So, right now, we have nothing.
we have nothing.
So sitting here and not doing anything is not gonna do us anything. He obviously came to us for a reason, if he's interested in, you know, there must be a demand for it. I know there's a demand because they're building another tower down the street right now. They just approved it, the county, you know, Putnam County did. So, you know, there's.
Cell tower industry is interesting. At the city, we negotiated our own with the providers. We didn't have any intermediary. We negotiated our own leases with providers. We were co-locating them on our water tower. There are issues with that too. The security issue being one, and that's something I have to get with your public works director. I don't know what's down at that particular site. I don't know if there's something there that is public health or.
Probably, it's a big enough piece of
Well,
property.
For one, to put it on North Tower, there's already a cell tower there.
Right next door.
And these guys have done their work, and he located that section. And I do want to make a correction on that. It's not the wastewater plant. It's our dump site.
Yeah.
Which has been taken out of wastewater because they can't enter wastewater property.
Yeah.
So the one section that he's talking about, we've already cut that section out for the dirt piles, the debris. So they can legally go in there.
So if your thought is you wanted to expedite a tower, then my thought would be that we tell it that you want to emphasize getting a tower up and getting somebody on it sooner rather than later. And they probably have styled an agreement along those lines somewhere else where you give them an option as long as they get something going within X months or a year or whatever it is. So you'll give them, instead of giving them a 5-year that was
5 years is a lot changes in that industry.
5 years with a 5-year option renewal at their discretion. So it's 10 years.
Okay, so commissioners, do we want to do a motion, Dawn? Do you feel that?
Or you can just give me direction, just consensus direction to get you something back by way of an option, not entering into the agreement, but get you an option that emphasizes them getting a tower up within 12 months.
And Mayor, I have a question about this. Is this something we could actually put out an RFP on and request?
You could.
Providers 1, 2, 3, and 4 and see if any of them bite?
You could also put out an RFP for a cell tower site constructor manager, like he's putting if he leases the property from you, they're building a tower. And then he's gonna have somebody own it, hopefully. So, you could put out, he's not the only game in town that's doing that, I'm sure. There's that's marketing these sites. I don't know why you haven't been solicited by somebody else, maybe I don't know, but you could put out that. So, and I don't know about his terms, I mean, the 40% of revenue, if you read that agreement, it's net, net, net. I mean, it's not gross, it's
Yeah,
net, net,
that's
net.
not a whole lot, because he talked about the one would be 1,200, and I'm like, that's not what my calculations were coming up with the figures he was given was 12.
No, but if you read the paragraph, that's why, because it says net, 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 it's 40. And the 40% in the agreement just says of the previous month's revenue, so I think they're just it was a template that maybe had been converted from Word, whatever, I don't know, but I think that it's possible to get some more detail from them. But I don't know if those terms are good, maybe they are, without knowing somebody in the industry.
We have to find out.
Yeah, I don't know if 40% of a gross revenue stream is good or not.
Commissioners, before we do that, time is running, so I need a motion to extend. I apologize, this meeting has gone so long, but there's a lot on here, and I still have more business to deal with.
I move that we extend our meeting time until 10:30 p.m.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Moore, I believe, made it before Commissioner Lori. So I heard it. I just, for the Madam Clerk, just so that she could have that, who jumped out there first? So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. Okay, so let's go back to this diamond and we want to have a motion on this.
Let's just get some consensus to go work on this.
Yeah, I'd like to call Palm Coast first and ask them how they ended up going with the Diamond folks, and, maybe they did some research.
Yeah.
Well, and Mayor,
Yes.
I mean, what Mr. Holmes said has always been our situation, and ever since Patrick Kennedy was looking at fiber optic and whatever, we don't have a lot of expertise in this, and maybe we could get some public comment, some people in town. I mean, I think Mr. Holmes mentioned he doesn't know for those good terms. I think we just need to know more about this, and, sometimes the first person who comes along is not necessarily the best.
And he's scouting the areas and he's looking for places where there's no activities occurring. And so,
If you look at Palm Coast, that place is growing like crazy. I mean, it grows like weeds,
Yes.
And, we're not growing that fast, but,
I have Verizon and I have no problem with Verizon. Unless I leave town, unless I go everybody.
well, if you go around the lake,
Yeah.
But you don't know Verizon's gonna be the one that goes on tower
And you
here.
don't know that Verizon's gonna be the one. I was shocked that it was 1.5 miles. I was hoping it was gonna be a further distance to help out the people.
The 5G.
Okay, so can I have a motion that we direct, Dawn to do further research with this?
Yes, I move that we direct our attorney, Mr. Holmes, to do further research on the possibility of an agreement of some kind for wireless coverage with Diamond Communications.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on this? Not everyone in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay,
I do want to say they are building, if Jason Highfield was correct, they're building one at the fire station in Daytona where he works, this same company.
Diamond is, okay.
As a matter of fact, it might be done.
I know from our, emergency services, we absolutely need something because they are struggling with this, so. Okay, so, Mr. Martin, if you go on with our code enforcement.
All right, thank you. Yes, code enforcement, if our code enforcement officer can come up and talk to us about 1005 West Summit Street. There will be a small change in what we're asking for today. There was an email sent over and some communication made in regard to this property that I want to share with you after our code enforcement officer shares the information with you.
You should just be able to hit in the middle what I did.
It was late, like all of us want to do.
There you go. There you go.
Good for me.
He does have $2,000 in streets.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
You said there was a slight change in our
The slight change, I would like you to just explain where the fees are, when they started, how it's progressed and where we are today in total cost. And then I'll take it from there.
All right. This is for the 1005 North Summit Street. It's commonly known as the China Walk Restaurant. I have a few pictures here that are in your packet. This case, the lien has been running since 2011. It has increased since my memo of May 22nd. It's $257,150 as of today. This is a picture I took on May 15th. To 2025, excuse me, 2025. This one also is taken May 15th, 2025. Shows the conditions of the buildings and the property. This is the view from the Save-A-Lot Plaza parking lot. This is a view of the building and depicts the parking lot conditions. This is the north side of the building, the entrance way where people would go into the building. Also taken on May 22nd, 2025. This is the rear of the property where you go through the drive-through to the window. Also taken on May 22nd. These two pictures of the dumpster area, taken May 22nd, shows the dilapidated conditions, the unsanitary conditions. I also requested the Department of Business and Professional Regulations go out and make an inspection, and she found 16 violations. This is the exhaust fan from the kitchen window, or from the kitchen. This picture was taken May 22nd, 2025. This is also where the drive-through is, where you would drive through to pick up food. Also shows the dilapidated condition of the roof. That is it. Here we go.
Thank you. And so the email that I received, we were in contact or contacted by a prospective buyer of the property. The owners of the property at 1005 North Summit Street have been reluctant to sell. They've also have been basically reluctant to fix the property. Previous city manager Charles Rudd was in contact with them back in 2023 and informed him for all the requirements, which he did not comply. Brings us to today. There is an entity that wants to purchase that property, and they are requesting to see if the city will release the liens on the property. Of course, the administrative fee would have to be taken care of, but if the city would release the liens and remove the fines or the fees on that property, then a sale would ensue. And unfortunately, the gentleman earlier was talking bad about Dunkin' Donuts, but it is a Dunkin' Donuts that wants to take over that building. They do want to take that building down to lumber, and they want to utilize the existing sewer, water, and electrical in compliance with state regulation and Putnam County. If it has to be replaced, they will, and they also will improve the overall aesthetics of the entire property.
Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Holmes.
Yeah.
Mr. Holmes, I don't know if you got the email that I sent you today. Did you get the email that I sent you asking you the question about the foreclosure?
I did.
Okay, so do you have an answer for me? Because it's.
Tell me the question again, okay? I was kind
Yeah,
of
for all of
going
us.
about
that
12
know
different
what you're
directions.
referring
That's
to,
fine.
So that everybody here knows what you're referring
Okay.
to, otherwise we don't know.
I will, okay. So my question for Mr. Holmes was, and I'll just back up a minute. It seems to me that we're not in the right posture, that we're mixing apples and oranges. It seems as if we basically, let me see what my question was. City staff is requesting for us to authorize foreclosure of this property for code violations, which we've all heard about before. And Mr. Rudd, said in an open meeting that he wanted to foreclose, and then the people that were running the restaurant, because the property owner of the restaurant are not necessarily the
Right,
same
they're
people.
not the same people.
Right, so after Mr. Rudd made that statement in an open meeting, the nice gal and her family who were running it at that time left. But anyway, so we're being asked by our staff to authorize foreclosure. But then it appears that a chain restaurant has been looking for a property and wants to buy this building and will forgive the lien. Is it appropriate for us to initiate a foreclosure in order to force someone to sell to a buyer who has come to us and told us it's a
We're
problem?
not asking for initiation of the
I'm sorry, I'm asking Mr. Holmes, sorry.
No, I don't think so, but I don't know that that's what's being asked for, so I don't mean to assume that. My concern is on this, quite frankly, is that you said they've been running since 11. The fine's been running since 11.
And we can't get him to comply.
So you've been running a fine for 14 years though. Why wait 14 years before you go forward to try to enforce compliance? If compliance means foreclosure, then I don't know how a judge is gonna look at you running fines for 14 years and running up a fine total of $250,000 before you go in for foreclosure. Because as you know, the way the foreclosure works is, let's say you went in after a year and your total is $20,000, whatever. And let's say you win and the court says, yep, you got a judgment for $20,000, which is what you get, as you know. Just like if you foreclose a mortgage, you don't get the property. You're suing to ask a judge to to take your judgment and force the sale of the property on the courthouse steps, pay you your judgment out of it, and the seller gets the rest of that money. The owner gets the rest of that money. So when you run the price up from 20, I'm coming up with that number just out of the air, but you run the price up for 14 years, and then go to court and say, now we want a judgment for $250,000 plus attorney's fees. Meaning that if the judge does that and you sell the property, then that owner gets that much less money out of surplus. That's not normally something that courts like. So the whole idea of foreclosure, can you force it, assuming you've got the documents to back up the proceeding that you had? And I don't know whether you do or you don't, it's, like I said, it's a long time ago, then you could go forward with foreclosure. I don't know that you get a full $250,000 judgment, but you force the sale of the property and get some money out of it. Or the person might sell to someone else who'd come in and ask you for a fine reduction. But I think it's a bad habit to get into of letting cases lay for 15 years and then talking about foreclosure.
Mayor, if I could also, Mr. Holmes, what jumped into my mind was we were told a month ago that Christina Marie had been showing around someone from Dunkin' Donuts, and we were going to have a Dunkin' Donuts. And it's clear from the emails here that the prospective buyer, and I understand he wants to get this done, he's asking us to make the property owner sell.
You can't.
That's what I'm saying. It's right here in the email. The email that Derek just gave us. The city staff is being asked to make these people foreclose. And that request was made before we came out with the agenda that has the request for us to initiate foreclosure.
I can send the emails to you, but that's not.
They're right here. No, the emails start back on the 20th. it's pretty clear to me that he's saying that I need the city to make him sell, but regardless, either we foreclose, and my initial question for the city manager was, do we have money in the budget for foreclosures? We would have to go through that process. We can't just tell a prospective buyer, can we, Mr. Holmes, that yes, we'll forgive the lien?
No.
We can't just say we'll forgive the lien. I mean, if we had a good buyer, I personally would vote to forgive a lien for property being put back in productive use. But, I mean, we can't make this happen any faster than the owner is willing to act. Would that not be correct?
I think that there's a whole lot in that question. First of all, I think you have a very bad policy in reducing any lien until the property is brought into compliance. I think that ought to be, that's a fundamental rule. Your property is brought into compliance before anyone asks for a fine reduction or lien reduction, in my opinion. Secondly, at this point, I probably would be uncomfortable in trying to foreclose on the property. I would probably rather go to court with an abatement request under alleging that it's a public nuisance because of the conditions. The owner gets 30 days to bring it into compliance then. If he doesn't, you can do it. And then the cost of compliance becomes a lien, which you can foreclose on. And that would be totally fair and appropriate. But the $250, I think, I'd have a hard time going to court to try to foreclose a $250,000 lien that's been allowed to accrue over 14 years. I don't think it's fair and equitable.
Right, it's kind of confiscatory
So,
of his property value.
so where we are now is, I guess, he and the owner of the building have come to some sort of an agreement.
Yes, the email that I received was just asking on behalf of their people and the owner of the, existing owner of the property, if the city were to entertain that he could make the deal because they've already discussed it. So I'm not sure about the other emails. I haven't seen what Christina Marie had before, but my emails with him and what I received had nothing to do with us forcing a foreclosure or otherwise forcing a deal. It was just asking, hey, if we come to this agreement, can the city take away the fees and approve that through the commission? If they can, then we can make a deal. And the way that would look, of course, is that we would sign those papers at their closing and release them then.
So if you were going to do something along those lines, my suggestion would be that it be in writing, and that it be, I don't know if you've got a policy, and I think we've talked about this briefly before, about how you determine how much a lien will be reduced. You know, there's normally a policy guideline that you can work with in deciding when someone comes in and asks for a fine reduction, by how much do you reduce it? If it's just a matter of your discretion and you reduce it a lot for one person and a little for another, then that's a bad thing. I mean, that's the definition of arbitrary and capricious. You're doing something, you don't have anything you're going by. You like the looks of this person, you reduce it a bunch. You don't like the looks of the next one, you don't reduce it at all. That's not good. So normally, most cities come up with a series of questions. Did the person who's coming in and asking for the lien reduction allow the property to go into non-compliance? Or did they buy the property in non-compliance? How long after they bought the property did they bring the property into compliance? You know, how much efforts were expended by the city in trying to get the property into compliance before it finally came along? What was the impact on the surrounding neighbors? Those kinds of things that are real questions that you can look at in every case. And then you decide, okay, in this one, we'll reduce it. You know, somebody letting the property stay for 14 years, having a hard time getting a lot of sympathy from most people. I mean, they've been asked to fix it, didn't. But if you're gonna do something, and I understand the whole idea of wanting to facilitate somebody else buying it and putting it on the, back end productive service, it would be, in my mind, something along the lines of an agreement that says, if the property is sold and contingent upon the new property owner bringing it into compliance, tearing it down, whatever, because that can be compliance. If they wanna tear it down. But get it cleaned up and so that it's not, you know, an eyesore nor a safety hazard. But contingent upon it's being sold, contingent upon the new property owner bringing it into compliance within X days, or whatever, you know, timeframe you say, 60 days, 30, whatever is good. Then the city would in fact consider a fine reduction, but I want some parameters there. You know, you consider a reduction down to X dollars. And then you got, that's what you guys get paid the big
And
bucks
that would
for,
still come
deciding
out
what
of
X
the
dollars is.
proceeds, and that would come out of the seller's proceeds at closing typically. We've done that,
Well,
unless they agreed that
No,
Duncan would pay that.
if they've got it into compliance by then, are they gonna bring it into compliance before closing? Probably not.
No, he's not, I don't know, Pam.
So my thing would be, it'll come down, that lien does not go away when you sell. The lien's still there, so he brings it into compliance, you'll reduce it, he doesn't bring it into compliance, he's still sitting there with property that's got a $250,000 lien on it, and you can still foreclose at that point.
Or nobody would buy that property knowing that.
Unless
Unless.
If they were buying it with the written agreement that I just mentioned.
Okay, then if we could have that written agreement, that's what I was, Pam, what's your administrative cost on this?
The code enforcement board back in 2011, deemed the administrative cost to be $55.65. I would estimate probably about $300, including that $55.65 total over the years. I've, received complaints, but I've not filed it again, for the code board or special magistrate, but, I have had meetings and inspections and, taking pictures and things over the years, so I would think $300 would be fair.
$300 would be a gift.
Big gift, yeah, Commissioner DeVito.
I have a question. Pam, do you know what the value, the appraised value of this property is?
it's $186,000.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, Commissioner Roy says.
He is far exceeded,
No, I know, but it's, an issue is what is some value, it's on the property appraiser at 186.
It's on the property appraiser's web page is $181,590.
Okay, just usually that's something that is helpful to look at.
And I do know that the new plaza owners have also approached him as well as far as selling.
I'm sorry?
The new, plaza owners have also approached him in the past regarding selling that property.
Other people have, yes.
Yeah.
And I just, if I may,
Yeah.
The foreclosure was already in the works before Dunkin' Donuts showed interest in it, which is why we shifted tonight to, help them, and help the community. I mean, this place is an eyesore and it has been for years,
14 years.
14 years, and no telling how long before that. So I would.
And the current business is, if they close them down, they shut them down, and they have to reopen.
They're open in the evening, yes.
So they are open.
Yes, the restaurant inspection didn't close
Okay,
it.
that was my understanding.
They just found a lot of violations.
Yeah, and you can look, there's a history of violations. I mean, going
Oh,
back
yeah, they,
past 3 years, they've been closed down, I think twice, every year.
It's totally up to you and your discretion, but you would assume that a buyer is going to deduct the amount he's gonna have to pay in fines from the purchase price. You'd also assume that somebody wanting to sell that's not gonna refuse to sell over $25,000.
so,
I think the buyer wants from you all an assurance that the lien's gonna be reduced.
So I'm just saying, you've got to make the decision, and you probably know some details I don't know, but, I could certainly see it being reasonable to enter into an agreement with the parties, both parties, that in the event a sale occurs, in the event the new owner brings the property into compliance, the demolition, whatever, within X days after closing, that you would accept $25,000 in lieu of $250,000 in full satisfaction of the fine. If they buyer wants to get the 25 reduced from the purchase price, so that the guy who's allowed the thing to deteriorate like this and stay this way for 15 years wants to sell, that's between them.
Okay.
But that's my number, that's my thinking, I didn't get elected, so y'all put your thinking in there, and
Well,
you
at
think
some point,
$2,500 is better, then that's
I
cool.
mean, at some point, we have to do something, because otherwise, we have no way of getting them to come into compliance, and that's any businesses. And all these years that I've been sitting here, it's always been, if we tried to foreclose, that was, our attorneys had kind of advised against that.
I would advise against it,
And
if you've documented your process, that's always my thing, is if your process is good, then fine. You're gonna get your attorney's fees back, of course, assuming the property is worth something, that's another thing, but this one obviously is, that's what you're saying, so, I would never argue against foreclosing, I think you'll get your money back or the abatement, either one, I agree with you, you gotta have some teeth.
You gotta have something, otherwise they just come and know that, that's what he's done, he doesn't care. I mean, we've asked him and asked him and asked him, and he, and it's not fair to the people he rents to either. And we have, we're not doing them justice, either.
Like, letting them stay open.
So, okay, commissioners. So you need to take something back to them, they're trying to work a deal.
They're trying to work a deal, and they would like to know.
Okay.
We would give them some relief.
Well, essentially, so would it be adequate to make a motion to authorize the city manager and the city attorney to work with the buyer and the seller on an agreement that would authorize an agreement that the city would forgive the loan if the property is brought into compliance within whatever time the city manager and the city attorney think is best, provided that there's payment of $25,000 to satisfy the lien total to the city.
Sure, that's specific enough, so we could go with that.
That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and second, do we have any further discussion? I believe that Duncan definitely, they have said that they wanted to come here. They like that site. Christina did try to show them additional sites, and they were not interested in those sites.
We'll have the utilities already in the ground.
Everything's right there, so. Okay, if we have no further discussion, Mayor? Yes.
Have we been asking for public comment on any of these things?
No, but
I'm just saying.
do we have any public comment on this? All the other ones really have kind of been, I've been aware of that, so. Ready, no, okay. I'm starving today, I'm starving. Do we have any public comment on this? Okay, seeing nobody come forward, Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so moved. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay. We have 6 more minutes.
Why are you looking at
So,
me?
I'm not just looking at.
Next is a staff recommendation to place Blue Ribbon Committee meetings on Historical Preservation Board agenda instead of separate meetings. Discussion.
Okay.
Just wondering where.
I frankly don't understand how that is feasible. And I have another request that I would like to make of the commission that relates to the Blue Ribbon Commission, that I think is important. May I?
You can bring it up, please.
Okay, so, and if I can find my notes, we heard the REG report. We have a Blue Ribbon Commission, they're authorized to meet through the month of July. And as well, Previously, I believe that we authorized, a contract with the Charlie Douglas firm to represent us because Mr. Holmes cannot do so because of conflict in representing the school board. In thinking about this, reading the reports and thinking about, what the next steps would be, and I think we do need to talk about the next steps. It occurs to me that we probably should go ahead and activate that contract with Mr. Douglas because, whatever happens with the property, I think one thing is very apparent to me. We, the city, still have a property interest in part of those parcels. I believe it's, we own 2 streets and maybe some other parts of the parcels. So whatever happens, whether we want to move forward with an MOU or anyone else has interest in the property, our city interests need to be represented. We own 2 streets and what else, Commissioner Ward?
Well, there's one easement that was given with a reverter clause to come back to the city if there ever ceases to be a school. So that's Cypress Avenue that goes in front, and then there's 3 other right of ways that there's no clear, there's really no clarity, that's the word in there, clarity on who owns that. It was never really vacated properly.
Okay, so I think that's a lot for,
4 minutes ago.
6 Okay, well, we've done a lot of things, in this meeting, and, to me, 15 acres in the city of Crescent City.
12 acres.
12 acres.
12.7.
12.7, sorry. Right in the middle of the city and historic buildings is a very important thing. It's in our strategic plan that we should acquire this property, and as well, we have adopted a resolution that says, come what may, the city commits to making sure that the historic properties are preserved. So I think sooner rather than later, to do what we said we'd do, but also, we've invested, the money in the REG study. We have property that we own on those 12.7 sites. We need to protect that interest. So certainly, I think that we should activate, the Charles Douglas contract that we have already approved so that he can represent our interests. And as well, we got good advice from, and I'm not really sure what happened, I think we took a little turn there. Mr. Newbold, on behalf of the Blue Ribbon Committee, recommended that we go ahead and enter into a memorandum of understanding with the school district to begin the process of talking about acquisition. That memorandum of understanding would not cost us any money during the discussion process. And the idea was that Mr. Douglas would represent us in that process. And I don't,
I think we need to make sure that he still has that he's still willing to do that.
I think we need to make sure where are we getting the money for the acquisition? Where are we getting the money to maintain it? Where are we getting the money to?
So I'm gonna call
Where are we
this
getting
meeting,
all
I'm
that money?
gonna have to call this meeting in a minute.
so good question, I will answer that. We charged the Blue Ribbon Commission to come up with potential partners and use of funding sources.
Okay.
Okay, so what I think that is essential, I mean, looking back on this and everything we've done, I think Mr. Newbold was very correct that we need the Blue Ribbon Committee, I call them a commission, to do that next step. I don't think we're gonna do it. And it's, we have a nonprofit and a business owner, 2 nonprofits and a business owner, right, who are interested in this property.
I'm gonna have to call the meeting.
Okay, can we extend for 5
That's,
more
if
minutes?
somebody does a motion, but otherwise I'm calling this meeting in
I
10
move that we
seconds.
extend for 5 minutes.
A second?
Okay, commissioners, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, opposed, no. Okay, you got
Okay,
5.
so you got 5 minutes.
Okay, so essentially, we have a good report. the idea, Commissioner Burton's question was excellent. Where do we get the money?
I have a few other questions about the BRC. So hurry up with your, don't take all of the 5 minutes. I'd like at least a minute out of it.
Sure, no, that was what I had to say. Essentially, our charter that we adopted and gave them says that they have 2 more things to do, partners and funding sources. And I think that we should just go ahead and let them do it because we chose them to do it. There was a lot of public support for this, including nonprofits and business owners. So I'm saying, let them go ahead and do it.
And I'm working on it very hard for.
Because I can see kids playing in the gym.
Well, I can see a lot of things because I think it would be a very good investment in the city. I've always said that. However, okay, we haven't really followed the rules, okay? We haven't followed the rules because we were supposed to get 5 people from the city to be on this BRC.
That was never.
Yes, it was.
We discussed that it was people in the community because we didn't have the experience in the city limits and we wanted to limit that. That's in the charter. We've discussed that. We've had several meetings.
I think that this discussion's gonna take a lot longer than that, than what we've got tonight. And
Because we got a few problems with the BRC, and I think that we've come to an end with it, and we've gotten all of the deliverables that we wanted, okay, from the BRC. And
So you're
it's-
just saying we're gonna just.
No, I'm saying that right
Because
now,
right now, the commission does not, we don't communicate or operate in the capacity in order that we can make this project happen. So either you're for this or you're against this, because you keep voting over and over, always in favor of it, but yet then you always try and torpedo it every 5 seconds it comes up. So whether you believe in this or not, this is a project that can happen if we put, the right effort into it and we believe in it. But when you're just constantly bad-mouthing it and saying that you.
I don't badmouth it.
Oh, yes, you do.
Well,
But, but anyway. the
saying
fact
there's
is-
a problem with the
Right.
BRC, I'm not really sure what that means.
it just seems as though it's gone for a whole year, okay, they had a whole year. Right, and it seems like we've given $120,000, okay, for the REG. And we've gotten that result. We know how much it's actually gonna cost to bring these buildings up to snuff. We know that we don't have the money to do it, and the thing that I've been saying is, it's not up to the commission to spend any more money on this, it's really up to the citizens of Crescent City to vote, to have no.
You had an entire room full when we gave, when that.
They were not citizens of Crescent City.
They were, you asked them,
Okay,
the mayor asked them, and the entire room stood up.
okay, Commissioner.
No, they don't live here. A lot of them don't live here.
taxes.
I don't care if they pay taxes, they don't live here.
Paying taxes.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm gonna do, yes.
One point, we had a very expert person in Mr. Fernandez who said, this is Gonzalez, I'm sorry, I keep trying to rename him for my neighbor in Tampa. He says this is a viable project. There is no question that the city is not going to come up with the money for this. But we have the BRC, which by the way, members do not need to live within the city limits, they should have whatever. We have a viable committee that is ready, willing, and able to help us find those partners. And there are people who have already said that they are interested and able. We had 2 nonprofit groups here, and we had a local business. I think it is not going to hurt us in the least to let the Blue Ribbon Committee go forward and look at those funding options and look at those partners. I think it's our obligation, and it's carrying forward with what we said we would do, and it's the best path forward to
I
have.
have been saying
kids
that
in
we're
the
needing to look for partners for quite some time now.
Okay, but there are steps to it.
Okay,
Mr.
okay.
Gonzalez said, he has given us the report.
We have the blue ribbon until July.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I think we pull this up, on my recommendation at the July meeting, and hopefully by then they can come to us with a recommendation. Because I think we need a recommendation, and it's 10:35. So I'm gonna,
we're out of time.
I'm speaking with you.
Derek, holler at me. Let's grab lunch or something one day, when you have time, when you're in town. Yeah. Walk the turn. Good night, all of you.
Good night, Don. Thank you, Don. Good night, Don.
Good night.
All right. I guess we can, yeah, good night, John. Thank you. Charlie.
Thanks, sir.
John?
Thank you. Thank you.
What did you-
I think.